Age and Eminence by Edwin Grant Dexter, published in Popular Science Monthly Volume 66 in April 1905. This LibriVox recording is the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Age and Eminence by Professor Edwin G. Dexter, University of Illinois. Seldom has a popular mind been so deeply moved by the casual utterance of a savant as in the recent instance of Dr. Ozier's now famous valedictory at Johns Hopkins. Nothing was probably more foreign to the speaker's mind than an intention to stir up the tumult of newspaper contention that followed his remarks, and we may presume that he is not altogether pleased at the exact character of the notoriety which he has achieved. The portion of his address that has brought him so prominently into the public eye has to do with the age of greatest usefulness in man, and runs as follows. I have two fixed ideas, well known to my friends, harmless obsessions, with which I sometimes bore them, but which have a direct bearing on this important problem. The first is the comparative uselessness of men above 40 years of age. This may seem shocking, and yet, read aright, the world's history bears out the statement. Take the sum of human achievement in action, in science, in art, in literature, subtract the work of the men above 40, and while we should miss great treasures, even priceless treasures, we should practically be where we are today. It is difficult to name a great and far-reaching conquest to the mind which has not been given to the world by a man on whose back the sun was still shining. The effective, moving, vitalizing work of the world is done between the ages of 25 and 40, these 15 years of plenty, the anabolic or constructive period in which there is always a balance in the mental bank, and the credit is still good. My second fixed idea is the uselessness of men above 60 years old, and the incalculable benefit it would be in a commercial, political, and in professional life if, as a matter of course, men stopped work at this age. Don tells us in his Biathanatos that by the laws of certain wise states, sexagenari were precipitated from a bridge, and in Rome men of that age were not admitted to the suffrage, and they were called deponati, because the way to the Senate was per pontum, and they, from age, were not permitted to come hither. In that charming novel, The Fixed Period, Anthony Trollope discusses the practical advantage in modern life of a return to this ancient usage, and the plot hinges upon the admirable scheme of a college into which, at 60, men retired for a year of contemplation before a peaceful departure by chloroform. That incalculable benefits might follow such a scheme is apparent to anyone who, like myself, is nearing the limit, and who has made a careful study of the calamities which may befall men during the 7th and 8th decades. The thoughts expressed in these paragraphs were much more fully elaborated by Dr. Ozier in the delivery of his address, and we may accept them as a basis of the controversy. It is plain that in the discussion of the second of the fixed ideas, the allusion to Trollope and the use of chloroform for the sexagenari was a bit of pleasantry, and not intended by the speaker to be taken seriously. It has, however, proved too subtle for many a yellow sheet. It is just as plain that Dr. Ozier, in all seriousness, believes that man's constructive period reaches its climax and begins to decline by the age of 40 years, and also that the world would be the gainer if all active participants in its affairs were at the age of 60, replaced by younger men. He does not, I take it, contend that men above that age are absolutely useless, but only relatively so. That is, for every man in service above the age of 60, a better man could be found to take his place below that age. In considering this proposition, it is inevitable that men such as Gladstone, Bismarck, Mulhauer, Rockefeller, Morgan, and scores of others beyond the age limit, leaders in various activities, come to mind as refutations of his theories. Yet we must not forget that, according to the census, 6.4% of the inhabitants of the United States, or 4,871,861 persons, are beyond the age of 60 years, and that instances of age leadership are comparatively rare, perhaps sufficiently so as to give some support to Dr. Ozier's contention. But it is the former of Dr. Ozier's fixed ideas that I wish primarily to discuss, and one expressed in the words that the effective, moving, vitalizing work of the world has been done between the ages of 25 and 40. We cannot doubt that large numbers of thinking people are roughly of his opinion. Many corporations refuse to add to their working forces persons beyond the age of 40 years, and the question recently taken up a serious discussion before a national body of educators was whether teachers did not, as a class, depreciate ineffectiveness after the age of 35. It is not, however, through the expression of personal opinion that I can hope to address anything to the question, but through recourse to a considerable mass of data that I happen to have in my possession showing the age at which some thousands of Americans have received public recognition for services rendered. I refer to those mentioned in Who's Who in America, some years ago in connection with a study, the purpose of which was to determine the educational preparation of those who had achieved the kind of eminence which mention in that book indicates. I made a tabulation of the ages of nearly 9,000 persons mentioned in the edition of 1900. The names fell quite naturally, so far as vocation is concerned, into 25 groups, a greater number of which, for men only, are given in the following table, together with a number in each group, the median age of the group and the percentage of persons under the age of 40 years. The table is displayed on the page, with 4 columns: profession, the number and group, median age of group in years, percentage below 40 years of age. Actor, 54. Median age, 48. Percentage below 40, 20.3. Artist, 260. Median age, 44. Percentage below 40, 14.5. Author, 523. Median age, 54. Percentage below 40, 19.4. Businessman, 200. Median age, 63. Percentage below 40, 2.5. Clergyman, 655. Median age, 59. Percentage below 40, 5.5. College professor, 1,090. Median age, 47. Percentage below 40, 22. Congressman, 446. Median age, 53. Percentage below 40, 14.6. Editor, 509. Median age, 47. Percentage below 40, 20. Educator, 188. Median age, 54. Percentage below 40, 21.8. Engineer, 284. Median age, 55. Percentage below 40, 9.8. Financier, 215. Median age, 64. Percentage below 40, 5.5. Inventor, 26. Median age, 62. Percentage below 40, 0. Lawyer, 857. Median age, 57. Percentage below 40, 5.6. Librarian, 362. Median age, 50. Percentage below 40, 22.6. Physician, 540. Median age, 56. Percentage below 40, 11. Musician, 111. Median age, 46. Percentage below 40, 33.3. Sailor, 103. Median age, 59. Percentage below 40, 5.0. Scientist, 146. Median age, 44. Percentage below 40, 31.3. Soldier, 205. Median age, 63. Percentage below 40, 6.8. Statesman, 202. Median age, 55. Percentage below 40, 8.0. Total number and group, 6,983. Median age, 54. Percentage below 40, 16. Although this table has a bearing upon the minimum age at which a certain sort of public recognition is given to achievement, in its consideration 2 things must be borne in mind. First, that many of those who were at the issue of the book over 40 years of age performed the service which gave them prominence before they had reached that age, and second, that there must always be something of a lag in public recognition. In all probability, many who had already performed service of importance had not yet been promoted to the ranks of Who's Who yet. Even with these qualifications, the figures are not without their bearing upon the question of the minimum age in which important public service is rendered, for without doubt achievement of the first rank is not slow of recognition. And the things which must strike one most forcibly at any inspection of the table is the comparatively few men under 40 years of age. Of the 6,983 men, the median age is 40 years, while but 1,118, or less than 1 in 6, were below the age of 40 years. Stated in other words, this means that in the year 1900, out of a group of nearly 7,000 eminent men, but 16% were within Dr. Ossier's age period of most effective, moving, vitalizing work. Although this fact cannot be taken as disproving his contention, since, as has been said, a considerable number of the older men may have completed their important work at an early age, still it would seem to throw some serious doubts upon the truth of his generalization. At least the figures show that in a group of arbitrarily limited extent, i.e. the size of who's who, the young man in competition for a place is but a 1 to 5 shot. But it is possible, through recourse to mathematics, to indicate approximately the age at which the service was rendered, which secured admission to the book. To illustrate, of the entire number of 6,983 comprising our group, 86 were between the ages of 20 and 29 years, the entire number having become famous during that decade of life. The probable mortality of that number of persons for the decade, supposing them to be good risks, would be 6, when we then suppose that 80 would enter the next decade. But our figures show that 922 of our entire group were between the ages of 30 and 39, inclusive, leaving the number 842 as representing the number of new names admitted during the decade. Of the total number for this age period, 922, the mortality tables lead us to suppose that 78 will die before its completion, giving us 844 as a number passing on to the next group, that for the age decade of 40 to 49 years. Again, we get the probable number added during the decade by subtracting the number thus admitted from the previous group from 1,620, the total number of persons of the age covered by the decade, and find the total number added for services rendered during the decade to be 776. In the same way, by using the continually increasing mortality rate and applying it to the number left over from previous decade groups, we find the number added between the years 50 to 59 to be 376, from 60 to 69 years 51. Beyond this point, the computation gives us minus quantities for the number of persons admitted during each of the next 3 decades, indicating seemingly either or both of 2 conditions. First, the mortality among these men of eminence is greater than that of the insurable risks upon which the mortality tables are based. Second, that in the compilation of who's who, the old men did not receive the recognition given to their younger confreres, thus reducing the size of these more advanced age groups. Either one of these conditions would tend to bring about the statistical result alluded to, and a consideration we have reason to believe that both of them are active. If the above reasoning is not fallacious, and if there is no great lag in the public recognition of achievement, we have a further refutation of Dr. Ozier's contention that the work of the world is done between the ages of 25 and 40, and we find the ratio of recognition for the several decades to be as follows: 20 to 29, 3.9%, 30 to 39, 39.5%, 40 to 49, 36.4%, 50 to 59, 17.6%, 60 to 69, 2.4%. From this we see that although the decade from 30 to 39 shows the greatest productivity, it is but slightly greater than the next succeeding one, and that less than 1/2 have made good, at least so far as public recognition is concerned, before the age of 40 years. Although these generalizations are for the whole group studied, irrespective of vocation, the first table shows considerable differences in the average age of those in the various professions, and also in the percentages of those under 40 years of age. This question was discussed by the author in the Popular Science Monthly for July 1902, but I take the liberty of touching upon it briefly again. It is noticeable that the musician distances all competitors in the race for distinction. This is not hard to understand when we recall the infant prodigies who frequently figure in our billboards, or consider that nature has in most cases contributed more largely to his success than his nurture. Of those callings which presuppose a professional or at least an extended preparation, that of scientist seems from our table to promise the earliest recognition. This is perhaps due to the fact that with him the actual work of life is entered with a completer intellectual equipment than by most of the others, and that the period of preparation offers opportunities for research and original investigation which may bring renown even before life work is begun. This would also apply to the college professor, with perhaps fully as much force as in a lesser degree to the librarian and the educator. These 4 then might be included in a class in which the period of preparation is extended, but for which work of a high order might be expected immediately on its completion and positions of some prominence aspired to from the start. Next in the race for renown came the actor and author, almost neck and neck. If we conclude that nature has most to do with the musician's success, and nurture with the educator's, we should be forced to place the author and the actor in a class in which these two forces divide the honours more evenly. No doubt, one must be born an actor or an author to rise to high rank. But after all, the making process is not to be despised as a factor, and this takes time, except for the soldier and sailor, whose ability to rise to prominence, at least in time of peace, is determined by the rapidity with which those above him are retired from service. And the congressman and the statesman, whose minimum limit is prescribed by law, the rest of the vocations shown upon the chart fall, it seems to me to a class for which the schools, as organized means of education, provide no adequate preparation, and for which the preparation must come to a great extent from the vocation itself. Thus the scientist, or even the college professor who has devoted 30 years of life to study, can enter his profession from the top, while the businessman and financier, for whom the accumulation of wealth is a desideratum, or the lawyer and the doctor who must command a practice, or the minister who needs a congregation, must, with the same period of intellectual infancy, enter it from the bottom and devote a few more years to the climbing process. So far as the physician is an investigator, the conditions of the scientist apply to him, and no doubt a considerable number who are such accounts for the fact that his recognition comes earlier than that of his competitors in law and the pulpit. The surprising thing of the figures is perhaps the slowness with which the inventor gains a foothold in the ladder of fame. Not one of those mentioned was below the age of 40 years, though the group is too small to give this fact much weight. Although women are not included in the table given, the study of those mentioned in Who's Who shows that upon the stage and in musical circles, recognition is much earlier for them than for men, while in all other callings it is slower. This would seem to suggest that attractiveness of person is at a greater premium with her than with her brother, and perhaps makes up for some other defects. When, however, this is outlived with youth, the struggle seems to be a hard, if not a losing one. End of Age and Eminence by Edwin Grant Dexter. Recorded by Leon Harvey for LibriVox.org.
Animal Sketching by Alexander Calder, first published in 1926. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Introduction. There are two processes gone through in making each stroke of a painting or drawing. First, the eye and the brain, or the brain alone, must act and determine what it is desired to place on canvas or paper. This is a mental process. The second process is physical, for the hand must so control pencil or brush that the desired effect may be obtained, that the image the eye has carried to the brain may be correctly transmitted to canvas or paper. An artist may do great things after he has mastered one or the other of these processes, but he cannot achieve real heights with only one of them at his command. He must see and conceive things, and also be able to execute them as he wishes. There is no better way to master the two processes than to learn them simultaneously. The desire to draw something is the best incentive to make a drawing. But the mere thought, "I must make a drawing," is no more an incentive than the thought, "I must write a book." The desire to draw something is engendered by a condition or fact that of itself interests one, whether he can draw or not, or whether or not the thing to be drawn is difficult of execution. The earliest men of which we have any record, thousands of centuries ago, expressed their sense of beauty by leaving pictures drawn on their cave dwellings. These pictures are for the most part of animals, of deer, mastodons, and wild horses. Action. Animals. Action. These two words go hand in hand in art. Our interest in animals is connected with their habits, their food, the animals they prey upon or that prey on them. their habitats and protective coloring. Their lives are of necessity active, and their activities are reflected in an alert grace of line, even when they are in repose or asleep. Indeed, because of their markings, many animals appear to be awake when they are sleeping, and many mammals sleep so lightly that even when apparently asleep, they will move their ears in the direction of a sound that is inaudible to us. A deer sometimes will move each ear in a different direction, catching two warning sounds. So, there is always a feeling of perpetual motion about animals, and to draw them successfully, this must be borne in mind. Rhythm. Seals. It would be hard to find a better example of consummate grace than the seal, or a more difficult model for the artist. The mental and physical processes of which we have spoken must be in perfect coordination in order to transmit even something of the extravagant rhythmic movement of this graceful animal. When an animal is in rapid motion, or moves so that you do not expect it to return to its original position, leave what you have drawn and start a new sketch. Use a large sheet of paper and make your sketches small. You must work quickly, and it saves much time in changing with the animal's movements. Do not trouble to have your drawings right side up or sequential. Keep rapidly transmitting your impressions of the animal's movements, and enjoy what you are drawing. Cats. Remember that action in a drawing is not necessarily comparable to physical action. A cat asleep has intense action. Cats, incidentally, make splendid models. The feline looseness and flexibility of limb have more grace in them than the more jerky movements of some other animals. One can almost see what a cat is thinking about. If a cat is asleep, make it completely, luxuriously asleep. The belly supported by the floor, legs limp, muscles sagging. If it is alertly awake, get the attitude, all the muscles tense, ears erect, eyes observant, tail poised to give the best balance for a sudden spring. Dogs. Side by side with the action of the animal goes its identity. For instance, if we are making a drawing of a dog, it must have at least an indication of the precise breed of dog we are drawing. This feature of the drawing, the portrait element, is quite as essential as the other. It entails more intimate study and knowledge, and can be attained less by that rapid drawing and recording so essential to the action phase. The elephant. The elephant has been adopted as the emblem of one of our great political parties, for a number of reasons. It has a sagacious profile and a cunning eye, and its loose skin and paunch suggest the clothing and figure of some of our well-known politicians of bygone days. But the elephants we are most likely to see lead most sedentary lives, having gone soft. Yet there is about the movements of this greatest of living mammals remarkable grace and rhythm. It is capable of terrific ferocity and speed when aroused. Study the elephant if the opportunity presents itself. You will find it a fascinating subject, and perhaps a far more beautiful one than you at first realized. Birds. As a rule, it will take many rapid sketches of a bird in motion to get one that correctly records the action. But one such drawing is worth the trouble. The pelican swallowing a bit of fish, the goose preening its feathers, and the introspective owl waiting patiently for the night, All are difficult but worthy subjects. Monkeys. All actions of every animal tell us what they are like in the native state. If we can suggest some of these things in a drawing, we feel elated because we have really got the beast. Therefore, in drawing the monkey, we feel the necessity for a feeling that the monkey is doing something, no matter how simple or commonplace that may seem in itself. As a matter of fact, the monkey is an exceptionally good example for caricature. The deer family. Probably of all animal families, that of the deer family is the most interesting. There is a certain beauty, not only of body, but of poise and femininity, that appeals strongly to the subconscious protective instinct of mankind. The deer appears to be totally inadequate as far as self-protection is concerned. Nature, however, has been generous to the extent of coloring and speed of hoof. Alertness and grace are probably the noticeable traits to portray in rendering when sketching the deer family. Horses. Watching the horse move, note where the joints are, in which direction they bend, what type of joints they must be to permit that particular sort of motion. Note what the other 3 legs are doing when one leg is doing a certain thing, what the tail is doing, whether the head sways, whether the body goes through some sort of motion. Study the different gaits of an animal, the walk, the trot, the gallop, how a horse, for instance, changes from one to the other as his speed varies. Observe closely some equestrian statues. Are all the legs doing the same thing, or are the 4 legs trotting and the hind legs at a standstill? Caricature. Caricature is an effective means of study. A caricature emphasizes the characteristic features, whatever they may be, without regard to the variety of the model. However, don't let caricature gain control of all your drawings. Caricature the action as well as the animal. When in doubt as to joints, work out your problem by analogy to the human skeleton, when possible. Many animals' skeletons correspond closely to the human frame. Be conscious of the muscles in all parts of the body. They make all the big lines convex. Constant activity is the best prescription for any sort of drawing. Carry pencil and paper with you at all times, and use them. Don't be self-conscious. Draw in public conveyances. There will be nothing but people there, but if you think about it, you will decide that most of them look like some sort of animal. Study them intensely and discover what feature or action of theirs it is that suggests the animal. Then draw them, making them look more like the animal than ever. Pose. The pose, or rather lack of pose, of the animal will often prove a disturbing element. Sometimes the beast will be reclining, probably asleep. Then, unless he is in the throes of a nightmare, it will be easy sailing, provided you can get a good vantage point. However, if he is on the move, there may still be 2 possibilities. The animal may be repeating a certain cycle of motions, as a caged lion paces back and forth, or it may perform the action only once, as a dog may yawn. In the first case, it is possible to wait and observe and study the action, thus building up one's knowledge by repeated views of the same thing. In the second instance, memory and impressionableness come into play very strongly, as well as ease and speed of execution. Cows. The cow is a languid, long-suffering animal. Yet when worried by a dog, she frequently shows great activity. That a bull can move rapidly, everybody knows who has been chased by one. The cow's movements, while comparatively slow, are invariably graceful. Because cows are to be found wherever there is open country, there are plenty of opportunities to sketch them. Being commonplace, however, they are sadly neglected, like the old-fashioned chaperone. The study of any domestic animal helps in drawing the rarer and wilder ones, and it behooves the student to spend as much time as possible in sketching cows. Cows are torn between two emotions, timidity and curiosity. They will advance haltingly to where you are quietly sketching, but after a contemptuous and fragrant sniff, usually they will walk away again. Cows make splendid and inexpensive models. The use of photographs may often be necessary when a specimen is unavailable. More than one photo is, however, highly desirable, as photos are often misleading as to essential features. A few views at different angles will be found advisable. Resources offered by the museums of natural history will often be found convenient. Skeletons are excellent, but stuffed specimens are somewhat subject to error, though many are good. The element of form is likely to be more accurate than that of action. Reconstructions must be accepted cautiously. Animal instinct. In drawing animals, we must have the feeling that they are doing something, no matter how simple the thing may be. In spite of our vast mental superiority, animals have minds, and use them. In man, reason has taken the place of instinct to a great extent. Animals think with their bodies to a greater extent than man does. In anger or fright, ears flatten against the head. The hair along the spine rises. The dog, at sight of food, drools at the mouth. Male birds courting display their feathers. There is no self-consciousness. Animals are always intent upon the thing they are doing, and we must feel that they are as we sketch them. The lion. When at the zoo we hear noises in the lion house, we hasten there to hear the lion roar. We marvel at the tireless energy of the king of beasts and his lioness pacing before the bars. How kingly and courageous they seem whenever we see them. Even in the circus, where they supposedly are tamed, they seem ever to be on the very verge of breaking loose. In drawing the lion or lioness, and even the leopard and leopardess, we find a most courageous instinct to portray. We hope that the object of this book, which really is to create a stimulant to the younger artist to draw things as he sees them, has fulfilled its purpose. Always remember that the eye and brain should work in perfect coordination, and that drawing is an absolute mental process of perfecting this mutual understanding. End of Animal Sketching by Alexander Calder. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Bedbooks and Nightlights by H.M. Tomlinson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bedbooks and Nightlights by H.M. Tomlinson. Editor's Introduction by Christopher Morley. I shall not forget with what a thrill of delight I came upon H.M. Tomlinson's Old Junk, the volume of essays from which this is borrowed. One feels, in stumbling upon such a book, much as some happy and astounded readers must have felt in 1878, when An Inland Voyage came out. It makes one wonder, submitting oneself to the moving music and magic of that prose, so simple and yet so subtle in its flavor, whether poetry is not, after all, an inferior and more mechanic form. The cool element of prose, that perfect phrase of Milton's, comes back to mind. How direct and satisfying a passage to the mind Mr. Tomlinson's paragraphs have. How they build and cumulate. How the sentences shift, turn, and move in delicate loops and ridges under the blowing wind of thought, like the sand of the dunes that he describes in one essay. And through it all, as intangible but as real and beautifying as moonlight, there is the pervading brightness of a particular way of looking at the world, something for which we have no catchword, the illumination of a spirit at once humorous, melancholy, shrewd, lovely, and humane. Somehow, when one is caught in the web of that exquisite, considered prose, the awkward symbols of speech seem transparent. We come close to a man's mind. In Mr. Tomlinson's 3 books, The Sea and the Jungle, 1912, Old Junk, 1920, and London River, 1921, is revealed one of the most sincere and perfect workmen in contemporary prose. H.M. Tomlinson was born in 1873. Among his early memories, he records, "I was an office boy and a clerk among London ships in the last days of the clippers, and I am forced to recall some of the things, such as bookkeeping in a jam factory and stoking on a tramp steamer." He joined the staff of the London Morning Leader in 1904, which was later merged with the Daily News, and to this journal he was attached for several years. During the war, he was a correspondent in France. At the danger of incurring his anger, should he see this, I quote Mr. S.K. Ratcliffe on this phase of his work. "One who is the friend of all, a sweet and fine spirit moving untouched amid the ruin and terror, expressing itself everywhere with perfect simplicity, and at times with a shattering candor." In 1917, he became associate editor of the London Nation, where, if you are interested, you may find his initials almost weekly. The rain flashed across the midnight window with a myriad feet. There was a groan in outer darkness, the voice of all nameless dreads. The nervous candle flame shuddered by my bedside. The groaning rose to a shriek, and the little flame jumped in a panic and nearly left its white column. Out of the corners of the room swarmed the released shadows. Black specters danced in ecstasy over my bed. I love fresh air, but I cannot allow it to slay the shining and delicate body of my little friend the candle flame, the comrade who ventures with me into the solitudes beyond midnight. I shut the window. They talk of the candle power of an electric bulb. What do they mean? It cannot have the faintest glimmer of the real power of my candle. It would be as right to express, in the same inverted and foolish comparison, the worth of those delicate sisters, the Pleiades. That pinch of stardust, the Pleiades, exquisitely remote in deepest night, in the profound where light all but fails, has not the power of a sulphur match, yet still apprehensive to the mind, though tremulous on the limit of vision, and sometimes even vanishing, it brings into distinction those distant and difficult hints, hidden far behind all our verified thoughts, which we rarely properly view. I should like to know of any great arc lamp which could do that. So, the star-like candle for me. No other light follows so intimately an author's most ghostly suggestion. We sit, the candle and I, in the midst of the shades we are conquering, and sometimes look up from the loosened page to contemplate the dark hosts of the enemy with a smile, before they overwhelm us, as they will, of course. Like me, the candle is mortal. It will burn out. As the bedbook itself should be a sort of nightlight to assist its illumination, coarse lamps are useless. They would douse the book. The light for such a book must accord with it. It must be, like the book, a limited, personal, mellow, and companionable glow, the solitary taper beside the only worshipper in a sanctuary. That is why nothing can compare with the intimacy of candlelight for a bedbook. It is a living heart, bright and warm in central night, burning for us alone, holding the gaunt and towering shadows at bay. There the monstrous spectres stand in our midnight room, the advance guard of the darkness of the world, held off by our valiant little glim, but ready to flood instantly and founder us in original gloom. The wind moans without, ancient evils are at large and wandering in torment. The rain shrieks across the window. For a moment, for just a moment, the sentinel candle is shaken and burns blue with terror. The shadows leap out instantly. The little flame recovers and merely looks at its foe, the darkness, and back to its own place goes the old enemy of light and man. The candle for me, tiny, mortal, warm, and brave, a golden lily on a silver stem. "Almost any book does for a bed book," a woman once said to me. I nearly replied in a hurry that almost any woman would do for a wife. But that is not the way to bring people to conviction of sin. Her idea was that the bed book is soporific, and for that reason she even advocated the reading of political speeches. That would be a dissolute act. Certainly you would go to sleep, but in what a frame of mind! You would enter into sleep with your eyes shut. It would be like dying, not only unshriven, but in the act of guilt. What book shall it shine upon? Think of Plato, or Dante, or Tolstoy, or a blue book for such an occasion. I cannot. They will not do. They are no good to me. I am not writing about you. I know those men I have named are transcendent, the greater lights. But I am bound to confess, at times they bore me. Though their feet are clay and on earth, just as ours, their stellar brows are sometimes dim in remote clouds. For my part, they are too big for bedfellows. I cannot see myself carrying my feeble and restricted glim, following, in pajamas, the statuesque figure of the Florentine where it stalks, aloof in its garb of austere pity, the sonorous deeps of Hades. Hades! Not for me, not after midnight. Let those go who like it. As for the Russian, vast and disquieting, I refuse to leave all, including the blankets and the pillow, to follow him into the gelid tranquillity of the upper air, where even the colors are prismatic spicules of ice, to brood upon the erratic orbit of the poor mud ball below called Earth. I know it is my world also, but I cannot help that. It is too late after a busy day, and at that hour, to begin overtime on fashioning a new and better planet out of cosmic dust. By breakfast time, nothing useful would have been accomplished. We should all be where we were the night before. The job is far too long once the pillow is nicely set. For the truth is, there are times when we are too weary to remain attentive and thankful under the improving eye, kindly but severe, of the seers. There are times when we do not wish to be any better than we are. We do not wish to be elevated and improved. At midnight, away with such books. As for the literary pundits, the high priests of the temple of letters, it is interesting and helpful occasionally for an acolyte to swinge them a good hard one with an incense burner and cut and run for a change to something outside the rubrics. Midnight is the time when one can recall with ribald delight the names of all the great works which every gentleman ought to have read, but which some of us have not. For there is almost as much clotted nonsense written about literature as there is about theology. There are few books which go with midnight, solitude, and a candle. It is much easier to say what does not please us than what is exactly right. The book must be, anyhow, something benedictory by a sinning fellow man. Cleverness would be repellent at such an hour. Cleverness, anyhow, is the level of mediocrity today. We are all too infernally clever. The first witty and perverse paradox blows out the candle. Only the sick in mind crave cleverness, as a morbid body turns to drink. The late candle throws its beams a great distance, and its rays make transparent much that seemed massy and important. The mind at rest beside that light, when the house is asleep, and the consequential affairs of the urgent world have diminished to their right proportions, because we see them distantly, from another and more tranquil place in the heavens, where duty, honor, witty arguments, controversial logic on great questions, appear such as will leave hardly a trace of fossil in the indurated mud, which presently will cover them. The mind then certainly smiles at cleverness. For though at that hour the body may be dog-tired, the mind is white and lucid, like that of a man from whom a fever has abated. It is bare of illusions. It has a sharp focus, small and star-like, as a clear and lonely flame left burning by the altar of a shrine from which all have gone but one. A book which approaches that light in the privacy of that place must come, as it were, with honest and open pages. I like Heine then, though. His mockery of the grave and great, in those sentences which are as brave as pennants in a breeze, is comfortable and sedative. One's own secret and awkward convictions, never expressed because not lawful, and because it is hard to get words to bear them lightly, seem then to be heard aloud in the mild, easy, and confident diction of an immortal whose voice has the blitheness of one who has watched, amused and irreverent, the high gods in eager and secret debate on the best way to keep the guilt and trappings on the body of the evil they have created. That first-rate explorer, Gulliver, is also fine in the light of the intimate candle. Have you read lately again his voyage to the Houyhnhnms? Try it alone again, in quiet. Swift knew all about our contemporary troubles. He has got it all down. Why was he called a misanthrope? Reading that last voyage of Gulliver in the select intimacy of midnight, I am forced to wonder, not at Swift's hatred of mankind, not at his satire of his fellows, not at the strange and terrible nature of this genius who thought that much of us, but how it is that after such a wise and sorrowful revealing of the things we insist on doing and our reasons for doing them, and what happens after we have done them, men do not change. It does seem impossible that society could remain unaltered after the surprise its appearance should have caused it, as it saw its face in that ruthless mirror. We point instead to the fact that Swift lost his mind in the end. Well, that is not a matter for surprise. Such books, and France's Isle of Penguins, are not disturbing as bedbooks. They resolve one's agitated and outraged soul, relieving it with some free expression for the accusing and questioning thoughts engendered by the day's affairs. But they do not rest immediately to hand in the bookshelf by the bed. They depend on the kind of day one has had. Sterne is closer. One would rather be transported as far as possible from all the disturbances of earth's envelope of clouds, and Tristram Shandy is sure to be found in the sun. But best of all books for midnight are travel books. Once I was lost every night for months with Doughty in The Arabia Deserta. He is a craggy author. A long course of the ordinary facile stuff, such as one gets in the press every day thinking it is English, sends one thoughtless and headlong among the bitter herbs and stark boulders of Doughty's burning and spacious expanse, only to get bewildered and the shins broken, and a great fatigue at first, in a strange land of fierce sun, hunger, glittering spar, ancient plutonic rock, and very Adam himself. But once you are acclimatized and know the language, it takes time. There is no more London after dark, till, a wanderer returned from a forgotten land, you emerge from the interior of Arabia on the Red Sea coast again, feeling as though you had lost touch with the world you used to know. And if that doesn't mean good writing, I know of no other test. Because once there was a father whose habit it was to read with his boys nightly some chapters of the Bible, and cordially they hated that habit of his, I have that book too, though I fear I have it for no reason that he, the rigid old faithful, would be pleased to hear about. He thought of the future when he read the Bible. I read it for the past. The familiar names, the familiar rhythm of its words, its wonderful, well-remembered stories of things long past, like that of Esther, one of the best in English, the eloquent anger of the prophets for the people then who looked as though they were alive, but were really dead at heart. All is solace and home to me, and now I think of it, it is our home and solace that we want in a bedbook. End of Bedbooks and Nightlights by H.M. Tomlinson, read by wschmidt.
The Case Against Socialism, from The Inhumanity of Socialism by Edward F. Adams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Forward. One might write continuously while he lived for or against socialism, and yet, at the end of a long and misspent life, have said nothing that others have not said before him. Nevertheless, new generations come on and have to learn about socialism as they learn about other things, for there always have been and always will be socialists. It is a habit of mind which becomes fixed in a certain number of each generation, and succeeding generations seem to prefer fresh statements of the theory to the study of the ancient texts. Besides, socialistic endeavor, while its ultimate object in all ages is the same, assumes different forms at different periods, and is best dealt with in terms of the day. I am opposed to socialism because of its inhumanity, because it saps the vitality of the human race, which has no vitality to spare, because it lulls to indolence those who must struggle to survive, because the theories of good men who are enthralled by its delusions are made the excuse of the wicked who would rather plunder than work, because it stops enterprise, promotes laziness, exalts inefficiency, inspires hatred, checks production, assures waste, and instills into the souls of the unfortunate and the weak hopes impossible of fruition, whose inevitable blasting will add to the bitterness of their lot. Some years ago I was invited to dine with and address a charming group of socialists comprising the Ruskin Club of Oakland. We had a joyful evening, and I read to them a critique of socialism, which forms the second part of this volume. It was published in 1905 by Paul Elder and Company, but almost the entire edition was burned in our great fire of 1906. As there are still inquiries for it, it is thought best to republish it. Obviously, it was primarily intended to amuse my hosts, but there is some sense in it. A few months ago, I was asked to present The Case Against Socialism to the League of the Republic, an organization within the student body of the University of California, it being the last of a series in which a member of the faculty of Stanford University and a much respected socialist of the state took part, neither of whom, much to my regret, was I able to hear. What I said seemed to please some of the more vigorous non-socialists present, who thought it should be printed. Those who prefer pleasant reading should skip the case and read the critique. Edward F. Adams, San Francisco, June 1913. The Case Against Socialism. The postponement of this address, which was to have been delivered 2 weeks ago, was a real disappointment to me, for I did not then know that other opportunity would be arranged. As one approaches maturity, it becomes a joy to talk to a group of young people in the light of whose pleasant faces one seems to renew his own youth. Youth is the most precious thing there is. It knows so little, it never worries. It is difficult for me to be here at this hour of the day, and it has been impossible for me to hear those who have preceded me in this course. What I have to say may therefore have too little relation to what has been presented from other points of view to be satisfactory in what seems to have been designed as a debate. Nor have I, in recent years, read much socialistic or anti-socialistic literature, of which the world is full. From my point of view, as will presently be seen, perusal of this literature would be a waste of time, for none of it that I have seen or heard of discusses what seems to me essential. But in saying this, I must not be understood as disparaging either the sincerity or the ability of writers on this subject. When I was more or less familiar with socialistic controversy, the socialistic propaganda was devoted in different countries to the accomplishment of the immediate program which in the respective countries was considered the essential thing to be done next, very little being said about the ultimate end which it was hoped to reach in due time. Thus it happened that in some countries what was called the socialistic agitation was directed to the accomplishment of what was already established by non-socialists in other countries. That is doubtless so still. Those discussions do not interest me, and I have not followed them, and shall not discuss any of them here. I shall consider only the ultimate aims of theoretical socialism, and whether, if accomplished, they probably would or would not make for the general welfare, and especially for the welfare of the least efficient. The ultimate aim of socialism is the nationalization of all land, industry, transportation, distribution, and finance, and their collective administration for the common good as a government function and under popular government. It involves the abolition of private profit, rent, and interest, and especially excludes the possibility of private profit by increase of values resulting from increase or concentration of population. The majority of socialists would reach this end gradually, by successive steps, and with compensation to existing owners. A violent minority would reach it per saltum, by bloodshed if necessary, and by confiscation. Expropriation, they call it. All alike conduct their propaganda by endeavoring to create or accentuate the class consciousness of manual workers, who constitute the majority of human beings, and whose condition, it is insisted, would be improved under a socialistic regime. The violent wing promotes not only class consciousness, but class hatred. I have no time to split hairs in this discussion, and it may be assumed that I understand that socialists do not expect to absolutely control all personal activity, but would leave all persons free to pursue any vocation which they might desire, and to have and hold whatever they may acquire by personal activity and enterprise, so only that they make no profit on the work of another, or absorb for their own use any gift of nature. No socialist that I know of has attempted to draw the exact line between activities to be wholly absorbed by the state and those which would be left to private enterprise. No wise socialist, I think, if there are wise socialists, would attempt to draw such a line at present. There is a certain vagueness in the socialists' presentation of their case. And before we proceed further, let us get rid of the intellectual fog which envelops and shelters the advocates of socialism. It is the fog of humanitarianism. I see and hear no advocacy of socialism whose burden is not the uplift of humanity. Now, humanitarianism is perhaps the most beautiful thing there is. There is no more ennobling and inspiring sentiment than desire for the uplift of our fellow men, but it has no legitimate place in the discussion of socialism. For an advocate of socialism to even refer, in presenting his case, to humanitarian sentiment is to that extent to beg the question. For if socialism would improve the lot of mankind, or of the major portion of it, that settles the whole matter. The quicker we get to it, the better. Opponents of socialism insist that it would benefit nobody, and that as to the least efficient in whose behalf socialistic doctrines are especially urged, it would be deadly. As to the strong or the fairly efficient, we need not concern ourselves. They will get on anyhow. What it is important to consider is the probable condition of the less efficient, and especially the submerged class, under a socialist regime. And consideration will be useful only if it is in cold blood, absolutely without sentiment, and especially without even subconscious assumption or imagination that the condition of the unfortunate, or less fortunate, would or would not be improved by socialism, or whether mankind can or cannot be made happier by attempts to control economic conditions by interference with the natural working out of economic results as the resultant of opposing pressure of individual interests. And do not call me a brute if I reach the conclusion that human selfishness is the hope of the race. Because selfishness inspires to energetic action, which means the largest possible aggregate production, which is the first essential prerequisite to abundance for all. It is useless to talk about better distribution until the commodities exist to be distributed, and there is no other such spur to production as the expectation of personal profit. The peace worker, with more satisfaction to himself and profit to the world, will produce far more than he would turn out under a daily wage if his earnings were thereby increased. And there are no others who give so little for what they receive as those who work for the public. The first account in the case against socialism is that by making the majority of workers public servants without the stimulus of selfishness, it would increase human misery by reducing the aggregate of production, and therefore the possible per capita consumption. That, however, is on the surface. Let us bore a little deeper toward the core of the subject. It is a fundamental fallacy of socialism that all gain is the result of labor, and that therefore all gain belongs to labor. The term labor in practice meaning the great majority of laborers who are manual workers. Of course, labor is essential to production. So is capital, which we shall come to later. And as between two things, both essential, it is perhaps impossible to conceive of one or the other as superior. But there is another element, also essential, but in a class so much above the other two essential elements, that it is not too much to say that without it there could be no production adequate to sustain for more than a brief time any great population. And that element is brains. It is not to labor, but to the human intellect, as developed in the exceptional man, that we owe all that exists, outside of nature, which we count valuable, and the ability to so use the resources of nature as to enable mankind to live. If products were to be divided among mankind, so that each should receive according to his contribution to the possibilities of production, after the exceptional men had received their just dues, there would be very little left for the rest of us. When European races first discovered this continent, it probably supported less than 1,000,000 souls, and the number was not increasing. That it will ultimately support some hundreds of millions is due to the dealings of the human intellect with nature. Brains do not get, do not ask, do not expect, and could not use what would rightfully come to them. But intellects vary in character and usefulness, and let us try by differentiation and elimination to isolate and consider those particular classes of intellect whose activities bear most directly on the questions raised by socialistic theory. The chiefs are the devotees of pure science, the Galileos, the Newtons, the Pasteurs, the Faradays, the Kelvins, and the innumerable company of those like them, many known but most unknown, who spend their days and nights in the search for truth. They deserve and get the greatest of rewards, which is the respect and admiration of their fellow man. As for material things, they desire and get very little. Following them are the magnates of applied science, the Watts, the Stephensons, the Bells, the Edisons, and their like, who apply to beneficial use the discoveries of the great lights of pure science, often with prodigious material profit to themselves. The patent offices know them all, big and little. They perform a magnificent service, are highly esteemed in their day and generation, and their material rewards are great, and upon the whole the world does not grudge them what they get. But there are others. Next after the magnates of applied science, in public estimation, but of equal economic importance, I would place the captains of industry. Without their grasp of human necessity and desire, and their organizing and directing ability, labor would grope blindly in the dark by wasteful methods to the production of insufficient quantities of undesirable products. The Marxian conception of an economic surplus wrongfully withheld from labor which produces it is the disordered fancy of a fine intellect hopelessly warped by the contemplation of human misery and humanitarian sympathy with human distress. All economic discussion is worthless if tainted by human sympathy. The surplus value in production is trifling, and seems large only because concentrated in comparatively few hands. The surplus of ages is concentrated in the structures which we see all about us, and in the commodities ready or partly ready for consumption, and which will disappear in a short time. The annual accretions are small, for an enormous amount of human effort is wastefully directed. That more effort is not wasted is due to the increasing necessities of an increasing population, stimulating the most competent by the hope of personal gain, to provide new means and new methods whereby those necessities may be served. No stimulus other than the hope of personal gain has ever been found effective to inspire this effort, or make it successful. Government administration invents nothing. It copies tardily and administers wastefully. Direction falls to those who compete successfully in talk, not to those who demonstrate resourcefulness and masterfulness in foreseeing human requirements, utilizing available means for supplying them, and effectiveness in least wastefully directing labor in the use of these means. Our captains of industry are those who, for the most part, starting life with nothing but a sound mind in a strong body, have risen to the direction of great affairs through unrestricted opportunity to strenuously compete through long hours of hard labor and the mental and bodily strength to endure it. There is no reason to suppose that any other method than the same strenuous and unrestricted competition would produce men equal to such responsibilities, or that any inspiration but the hope of personal gain would induce such effort. The contention that the honor of direction and the applause of the multitude would incite to the necessary competition is not sound. In the first place, long years of inconspicuous service, but with the same eager effort, are essential preliminaries to the great places which but few can reach. And secondly, the honor would go, as it does now in public affairs, not to the man efficient in industry, but to the man efficient in talk. The one stimulus to personal exertion which nature supplies, and the only stimulus which operates powerfully and universally and continuously, is the desire of personal gain coupled with the instinct for construction and accomplishment. Since the desire is for the largest possible production, it is folly to try to withdraw that stimulus and substitute any motion, which, however powerful in a few persons and for uncertain periods, operates most strongly on those industrially least capable. For I venture the assertion that there is not now, and never has been among socialists, a single person who has demonstrated the ability to so direct the labor of any considerable number of men, either in production or distribution, that the aggregate of yearly accomplishment at market value is as great as the aggregate cost at current wages. The second count in the indictment of socialism, therefore, is that, for lack of the sole stimulus which nature supplies, and the lack of opportunity under a system of equal tasks with ideals of leisure, direction of production and exchange under a socialistic regime would be so much less efficient than now, that the aggregate waste would be far greater than that of the parasitism which has always existed in competitive society. A social parasite is a person whose contribution to the social product is less than the cost of his or her keep. If obviously defective, we shall, at least for the present, let humanity override the economic interest which suggests their removal, an instinct which has effectively operated in some overcrowded communities, and take care of them. But the world has no use for the able-bodied parasite who, during his or her working period of life, does not contribute to the social dividend by personal exertion sufficient to pay for the kind of life which has been led. In opposing socialism, I am not defending parasitism. That can be got rid of when it becomes worthwhile, and will be. But to jump out of parasitism into socialism would be jumping out of the frying pan into the fire, and we should have parasites still. So much for the captains of industry whom we need. But there is still another class which could not exist in the socialistic state, and which a great part of mankind holds in profound disesteem, but which is essential nevertheless. This is the man with the instinct of accumulation, and whom we stigmatize as the capitalist, the man who grasps what is within reach and holds it, who often gets the main profits of the inventions of the inventor, who foresees the future value of unused gifts of nature and acquires them while they can be got cheap, who combines with others like him to control everything controllable, and makes mankind pay roundly when it wants it. He is really the man to whom mankind is most indebted of all, for without his beneficent if execrated service, in vain would the scientist toil in his laboratory, the inventor struggle through poverty to perfect his machine, the captain of industry conceive great accomplishment, and the laborer delve and grind at his daily task. The one supremely useful man is he who accumulates and holds. If you say that this is an unlovely person, The answer is that sometimes he is and sometimes he is not. If you say he is selfish, the reply is that we are all selfish, he merely being able to make his selfishness effective. If you say he accumulates by devious ways and by grinding the face of the poor, the reply is that sometimes he does and sometimes he does not. In these human aspects, he is about like the rest of us. He it is who makes happiness and helpfulness possible. But to these and all other assaults upon the character and methods of the accumulating man, there is one general reply, and that is from the economic standpoint they are of no consequence whatever. It makes no economic difference what he is or what he does, so only that he performs his accumulating office. The one essential fact is that he assembles within his grasp the savings of society, prevents their dissipation in personal indulgence, applies them to beneficial use, and enables the laborer to produce under the direction of the captain of industry, by means of the devices of the inventor applied to the formulas of the scientist, what is needful for the welfare of mankind, and to live while he is doing it. It is the accumulating man impelled by his instinct, or if you please, his lust, for wealth and power, who makes it possible for poor men to live in any great number. If he happens also to be a captain of industry, which usually he is not, it is merely one middleman cut out. His essential function is that of the money-grabber. It is by his exercise of that function that most of us exist. The third count in the indictment of socialism is that by obliterating the capitalist, accumulating by interest, profit, rent, and the exploitation of nature for private gain, it would make life impossible to half the population of the world, and not worth living to the fittest who should manage to survive. I trust I make myself understood, for there is more and worse to come. This discussion is necessarily didactic and assertive, for it is impossible to prove or disprove any of these postulates. It is for that reason, and the lack of time, that I cite no instances. They would be merely illustrative and not probative, for the human intellect is unequal to any adequate inductive study of the subject, and human life is too short to classify, master, and digest the data, even if they could be assembled. All that can be done is to state conclusions reached upon such observation and experience as is to each of us available, and commend them to the judgment of others upon their observation and experience. Whatever can be proved at all can be reduced to a syllogism, but agreement upon premises is in this case impossible. But some things we do know, and among them is the awful fact that man is powerless before nature, which deals with man precisely as it deals with other forms of life. Man can dodge nature as the scale insect cannot, but higher forms of life can, and man the most effectively of all. But in the end she will get every one of us. Those will live happiest and longest who best know how to work with nature and not against her. And individualism and not collectivism is nature's way. If our own object is the greatest aggregate of human comfort, we should realize that the greatest possible aggregate can only be attained when each individual under the stimulus of self-interest gets the largest measure of comfort for himself. In the dim future which we shall not see, this may lead to conclusions which one shudders to think of. It may be that the time will come on this planet when, in a decreasing population struggling for existence from the remains of an exhausted nature, the greatest good of the greatest number will be found by the deliberate extinction of those least fit, that what is available may be reserved to those who can make best use of it. Astronomers tell us there are probably dead worlds whose spectrums tell us that they are of the same material as our own planet, and presumably once the abode of sentient beings, for it is unthinkable that of all the worlds which occupy space, which has no confines, the small planet which we inhabit alone supports sentient life. What tragedies darkened the last centuries of life in those dying worlds, or what may happen to our own remote descendants, happily we cannot know. But human experience does not enable us to conceive of any physical structure which does not ultimately resolve itself into its primal elements. On our own planet, we know of forms of once vigorous life, which utterly perished by reason of physical changes which we cannot comprehend, and that high civilizations, one after another, have risen, flourished, faded, and become extinct, while yet our own world was young, and who shall say what is in store for our own civilization? If this is gruesome, why should one be asked to present a subject which cannot be adequately presented without showing what pygmies we are, and how helpless in the grasp of an all-powerful nature? And the application of it all is that when nature's sole and universal stimulus to progress is the love of self which she has implanted in every soul, it is folly to assume that we can better nature's work by substituting for the universal stimulus to effort a more or less fleeting emotion, which takes hold of but a very few, and persists with but a still smaller number. Whatever scheme of collectivism we may establish, we know in advance that every member of the collective group will continuously strive to get for himself to the utmost limit regardless, if it could be discovered, of what is rightfully due. And a plan of society which each member of society is striving to subvert is doomed from its birth. And the fourth count in the indictment of socialism is that it is contradictory to nature to such a degree as to make its permanence unthinkable, because destructive not only of human comfort and happiness, but of human life. Expressed in the briefest form, the four counts are as follows. 1. Public servants produce less for consumption than private workers. Decrease of consumption means increase of human misery. Therefore, socialism, making all of us public servants, would increase human misery. 2. Brains, not labor, creates the social dividend. Ability is demonstrated only under strenuous competition inspired by self-interest. Therefore, socialism, excluding competition inspired by self-interest, would obliterate the social dividend. 3. The accumulating man inspired by selfishness is essential to any social saving. Social saving is essential to the support of an increasing population. Therefore, socialism, by eliminating the capitalist, would make life impossible to many who now live. 4. To fight nature is to die. Socialism fights nature. Therefore, socialism would destroy the race. It is a matter of premises, and I have already said that the premises in these syllogisms can neither be proved nor disproved. People, I suppose, will continue to fight over them, but I shall not. No human life is long enough, and no human intellect strong enough, to demonstrate or disprove any one of them. Experimentally, mankind is always somewhere trying out one or the other of these postulates, but success or failure only proves that they did or did not prove true in that particular case. An underlying fallacy of socialism is the concept that poverty, or at least extreme poverty, can be banished from the world. It cannot. It is impossible for the effective to produce and save as fast as the ineffective will waste and destroy if they can get at it. No truth in the Bible is more profound than the saying, "The poor ye have always with you." The concept is based upon an unfounded belief in the competence of the average man. He is not nearly so competent an animal as he has taught himself to believe. We read our Nordau, and with but the very slightest ability to judge what he says, we declare him a libeller. We read our Le Bon, and we declare offhand that it is absurd and wicked to say that the crowd has no more sense than a flock of sheep. When we hear of an alienist who cites the increase of murder, suicide, and insanity as evidence that mankind is losing its mental balance, we declare that the man is crazy himself. I do not say that such men are or are not right, or anywhere near right in the views they express, but I do say that they are writing in cold blood in the light of a great deal of exact knowledge, and certainly are much better judges of the truth in those matters than most of us who dispose of them so brusquely. The fact is that man, like other animals, differs greatly in individual ability, but he differs from other animals in that the difference between the most competent and the least competent is enormously greater than such difference in any other species. The highest type of man is almost godlike in the scope and keenness of his intellect. The lowest type reaches depths of degradation not touched by any other animal. There is no degradation so utterly degraded as a degraded mind. If you ask what all this has to do with socialism, the reply is that it has everything to do with it. The sole object which I have in this address is to impress upon you the concept of man as an animal in the grip of an all-powerful nature, and differing from other animals solely in his greater ability to dodge and evade, and so prolong the processes through which nature will surely get him in the end. To conceive of him also as subject to the same law which enthralls other animals, whereby the fittest, who demonstrate their fitness in the economic struggle, shall survive, while the least fit shall perish. To conceive of him as prepared and inspired for the struggle by the love of self which nature has implanted in his soul, in order that the race may endure to the utmost limit possible for it, by the survival of those having the greatest capacity for happiness. And, having fixed this conception in your minds, form your own judgment of the probable outcome of a contest which would begin by eliminating from man the one principle, selfishness, through which he must survive if he survives at all. Thus far I have dealt with the subject in icy cold blood as a purely economic problem, wholly excluding all considerations of humanity. It must be dealt with in that way if we are to deal with it intelligently. What must be will be, however dearly we may wish it otherwise. But we do not wish to go home with ice in our souls, and let us see if we cannot find some reflections more comforting. I am sure that we can. I have said that humanitarianism has no legitimate place in economic discussion, and it has not. But it has a very large place outside economic theory, and often in contact with economic results. There may be economic gains which ought to be and will be surrendered for social gains, as long as we can do it and live. A very reliable test of the prosperity of a society is the extent to which it can, without distress, surrender economic goods in exchange for social goods. I have attacked socialism, not socialists. Multitudes of socialists are most charming men and women, and the aspirations of pure socialism are the noblest of which the human mind can conceive. How impossible they are of realization I think they are, I have endeavored to show. But there are individualists whose ideals are equally noble. Any conception that socialists as a class are upon a higher ethical plane than individualists may be dismissed. Personally, I fear that at present the average ethical plane of socialists is below that of opponents, for the allurements of socialistic theory have attracted to that cult a great number of the economically impotent, but nevertheless greedy, who know nothing and care less about socialistic theory, but lust for that which they have never earned. It is they who promote class hatred as well as class consciousness. They are an effective offset, morally, to the greedy and conscienceless employers who nevertheless perform a useful economic function which the greedy among the socialists do not. But my controversy at this time is not with them, but with the socialistic idealists moved by the loftiest conception of the welfare of mankind and the most earnest desire to promote it. And now let us introduce somewhat of humanitarianism, which, while it has no place in economic theory, is that which most ennobles and beautifies human character. And here let me register my last attack upon socialistic controversy, which is that fundamentally it tends to degrade human character by adopting for and applying to the manual workers of the world a contemptuous epithet. When Marx, if it was he, I am not sure, shouted, "Proletariat of all nations, unite!" he said a very wicked thing. It is not my conception of the manual worker that he is a mere child-getter, but rather that he is as such, morally and socially the equal of any of us, from whose ranks there are continually emerging the leaders of thought, of discovery, of direction, and of accumulation, to whose abilities and activities all human progress is due, and I cannot hear without indignation suggestions from his own would-be leaders which impair his self-respect. I wish, for a concrete example, that the working man should pay his poll tax and contribute to his occupational insurance with the rest of us, not to relieve capital of a burden, but that the character of the working man himself may be strengthened by a conscious contribution to the upkeep of society. Our emotions are stronger than our reasoning powers, and as a matter of fact, collective human action is, and during any period which we need consider, will be controlled by humanitarian instincts, and not by the rigidity of economic theory. Individually, we do, and always shall, seek each his own particular interest. Collectively, we invariably consider the welfare of all. This has been particularly impressed on me during the last few years, during which I have presided over the deliberations of a large body of good citizens, probably about equally divided between the accumulating and the non-accumulating classes. Whatever the individual practices and tendencies of the respective members, whenever after discussion the collective opinion is expressed on any social topic, the vote is invariably substantially unanimous for that policy which those present believe will make for the general good. It is not true that the rich desire to oppress the poor. It is not true that there is any real conflict of interest between classes. It is true that there is a general desire for the general welfare. And it is also true that the general welfare will be surest and soonest attained by cooperation, and not conflict between classes, under the direction of those proved to be strongest and wisest. I have said, and I am sure you must agree, that man economically differs from other animals, mainly in his greater ability to evade the operation of nature's own laws, and to make use of the material resources and forces of nature to assist him in so doing. And he does it mainly by collective action, which is displayed most effectively and beneficently in those great economic organizations which we hate and stigmatize as trusts, and which every one of us longs to get into as our best assurance of economic stability. The problem is how to so regulate these economic regulators of nature, that each shall get from their beneficent operation, not that which is his ethical due, for that we can never determine, nor would it be for the general welfare that each should receive his due, but that which each can receive without injury to society. It is certain that each of us will get less as the ages go by, unless by our human ingenuity we can make production keep pace with population. At present, production greatly varies in different parts of the world, and the condition in each country is indicated by the amount of leisure possible to the average man. As population increases, leisure must decrease. If we work in a crowded community but 8 hours per day, some will die among the weaker who would have lived if all had worked 9 hours. The best index of the economic condition of any country is the amount of leisure which can be enjoyed by the average man without noticeable increase of mortality among the least efficient. The mortality tables have not yet been studied in their relations to this subject, but in time they will be. In Australia, mostly unsettled, the 8-hour day is easy. If enforced in China, the mortality would be awful. But then China has great but untouched natural resources to be developed by machinery devised elsewhere, and whose development will decrease mortality, while at the same time, at least for a long period, permitting more leisure. These conditions tend to equalize themselves throughout the world, and in time the contest between humanitarian instincts and economic pressure will reach a worldwide equilibrium through the operation of natural law. What will happen then I do not know, neither can any of us know. What we do know is that in each generation the aggregate of human happiness will be in a direct ratio with production per capita, up to the limit of the ability of the earth to produce food. We also know that the rate of production per capita will increase or decrease in a direct ratio with the amount of human energy devoted to production and not wasted in conflict, whether individual, class, or international. Each generation must work out its own problems in its own way. As population grows denser, individual freedom must more and more give way to collective restraint and direction. We in the cities have less freedom than those of the country, and the greater the city, the more the individual impulse must be subordinated to collective control. But we must never attempt to supplant individual selfishness, inspiring individual initiative and energy by any form of community ownership or direction which destroys or lessens opportunity for the more competent, and especially the economically exceptional man. You would create thereby a machine operated by machinists for the accomplishment of machine purposes, which are the purposes, good or bad as the case may be, of the individual operators who have never been and are not likely to be the economically competent. For our generation, the problem is, while not restricting either the opportunity or the reward of the economically competent, to compel the predatory and extortionate among them to behave decently, so that others of their class may do so without ruin, to which end, in my judgment, jail sentences and not fines will be the most effective. And likewise, to compel the ill-disposed and violent among the economically ineffective to obey the laws or suffer the consequences. To bother our heads much less about social theories, whose premises it is impossible to establish, and much more about the practical relief of the unfortunate by both individual and collective action, and suppression of parasitism among both rich and poor. To encourage and promote the organization of interests, not for contention but for cooperation. To fully recognize that only by personal exertion according to his ability does any one earn the right to live, But the reward of exertion will be and should be apportioned, not in the ratio of energy displayed, but in that of its effectiveness and usefulness to society. To learn to differentiate between that reasonable discontent, which is the mainspring of human progress, and that unreasonable discontent, which is the destruction of society. And finally, each of us, according to his ability and opportunity, to practice and inculcate respect for the law, the maintenance of order, regard for the rights of others, admiration for the successful, sympathy with the unfortunate, charity for all, hope for humanity, joy in the simple life, and contentment therewith. End of The Case Against Socialism from The Inhumanity of Socialism by Edward F. Adams.
Composite Nation by Frederick Douglass. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. As nations are among the largest and most complete divisions into which society is formed, the grandest aggregations of organized human power, as they raise to observation and distinction the world's greatest men, and call into requisition the highest order of talent and ability for their guidance, preservation, and success. They are ever among the most attractive, instructive, and useful subjects of thought to those just entering upon the duties and activities of life. The simple organization of a people into a national body, composite or otherwise, is of itself an impressive fact. As an original proceeding, it marks the point of departure of a people from the darkness and chaos of unbridled barbarism to the wholesome restraints of public law and society. It implies a willing surrender and subjection of individual aims and ends, often narrow and selfish, to the broader and better ones that arise out of society as a whole. It is both a sign and a result of civilization. A knowledge of the character, resources, and proceedings of other nations affords us the means of comparison and criticism, without which progress would be feeble, tardy, and perhaps impossible. It is by comparing one nation with another, and one learning from another, each competing with all, and all competing with each, that hurtful errors are exposed, great social truths discovered, and the wheels of civilization whirled onward. I am especially to speak to you of the character and mission of the United States, with special reference to the question whether we are the better or the worse for being composed of different races of men. I propose to consider first what we are, second, what we are likely to be, and thirdly, what we ought to be. Without undue vanity or unjust depreciation of others, we may claim to be, in many respects, the most fortunate of nations. We stand in relation to all others as youth to age. Other nations have had their day of greatness and glory. We are yet to have our day, and that day is coming. The dawn is already upon us. It is bright and full of promise. Other nations have reached their culminating point. We are at the beginning of our ascent. They have apparently exhausted the conditions essential to their further growth and extension, while we are abundant in all the material essential to further national growth and greatness. The resources of European statesmanship are now sorely taxed to maintain their nationalities at their ancient height of greatness and power. American statesmanship, worthy of the name, is now taxing its energies to frame measures to meet the demands of constantly increasing expansion of power, responsibility, and duty. Without fault or merit on either side, theirs or ours, the balance is largely in our favor. Like the grand old forests, renewed and enriched from decaying trunks, once full of life and beauty, but now moss-covered, oozy and crumbling, we are destined to grow and flourish while they decline and fade. This is one view of American position and destiny. It is proper to notice that it is not the only view. Different opinions and conflicting judgments meet us here, as elsewhere. It is thought by many, and said by some, that this republic has already seen its best days, that the historian may now write the story of its decline and fall. Two classes of men are just now especially afflicted with such forebodings. The first are those who are croakers by nature, the men who have a taste for funerals, especially national funerals. They never see the bright side of anything, and probably never will. Like the ravens in the lines of Edgar A. Poe, they have learned two words, and those are nevermore. They usually begin by telling us what we never shall see. Their little speeches are about as follows. You will never see such statesmen in the councils of the nation as Clay, Calhoun, and Webster. You will never see the South morally reconstructed and our once happy people again united. You will never see this government harmonious and successful while in the hands of different races. You will never make the Negro work without a master, or make him an intelligent voter, or a good and useful citizen. This last never is generally the parent of all the other little nevers that follow. During the late contest for the Union, the air was full of nevers, every one of which was contradicted and put to shame by the result. And I doubt not that most of those we now hear in our troubled air will meet the same fate. It is probably well for us that some of our gloomy prophets are limited in their powers to prediction. Could they commend the destructive bolt as readily as they commend the destructive word, it is hard to say what might happen to the country. They might fulfill their own gloomy prophecies. Of course, it is easy to see why certain other classes of men speak hopelessly concerning us. A government founded upon justice and recognizing the equal rights of all men, claiming no higher authority for its existence or sanction for its laws than nature, reason, and the regularly ascertained will of the people, steadily refusing to put its sword and purse in the service of any religious creed or family, is a standing offense to most of the governments of the world, and to some narrow and bigoted people among ourselves. To those who doubt and deny the preponderance of good over evil in human nature, who think the few are made to rule and the many to serve, who put rank above brotherhood and race above humanity, who attach more importance to ancient forms than to the living realities of the present, who worship power in whatever hands it may be lodged and by whatever means it may have been obtained. Our government is a mountain of sin, and, what is worse, it seems confirmed in its transgressions. One of the latest and most potent European prophets, one who felt himself called upon for a special deliverance concerning us and our destiny as a nation, was the late Thomas Carlyle. He described us as rushing to ruin, and when we may expect to reach the terrible end, our gloomy prophet, enveloped in the fogs of London, has not been pleased to tell us. Warning and advice from any quarter are not to be despised, and especially not from one so eminent as Mr. Carlyle. And yet Americans will find it hard to heed even men like him, while the animus is so apparent, bitter, and perverse. A man to whom despotism is the savior and liberty the destroyer of society, who, during the last 20 years, in every contest between liberty and oppression, uniformly and promptly took sides with the oppressor, who regarded every extension of the right of suffrage, even to white men in his own country, as shooting Niagara, who gloated over deeds of cruelty, and talked of applying to the backs of men the beneficent whip, to the great delight of many of the slaveholders of America in particular, could have but little sympathy with our emancipated and progressive republic, or with the triumph of liberty anywhere. But the American people can easily stand the utterances of such a man. They, however, have a right to be impatient and indignant at those among ourselves who turn the most hopeful portents into omens of disaster, and make themselves the ministers of despair, when they should be those of hope, and help cheer on the country in the new and grand career of justice upon which it has now so nobly and bravely entered. Of errors and defects, we certainly have not less than our full share, enough to keep the reformer awake, the statesman busy, and the country in a pretty lively state of agitation for some time to come. Perfection is an object to be aimed at by all, but it is not an attribute of any form of government. Mutability is the law for all. Something different, something better, or something worse may come. But so far as respects our present system and form of government, and the altitude we occupy, we need not shrink from comparison with any nation of our times. We are today the best fed, the best clothed, the best sheltered, and the best instructed people in the world. There was a time when even brave men might look fearfully upon the destiny of the Republic, when our country was involved in a tangled network of contradictions, when vast and irreconcilable social forces fiercely disputed for ascendancy and control, when a heavy curse rested upon our very soil, defying alike the wisdom and the virtue of the people to remove it, when our professions were loudly mocked by our practice, and our name was a reproach and a byword to a mocking, when our good ship of state, freighted with the best hopes of the oppressed of all nations, was furiously hurled against the hard and flinty rocks of derision, and every cord, bolt, beam, and bend in her body quivered beneath the shock. There was some apology for doubt and despair, but that day has happily passed away. The storm has been weathered, and the portents are nearly all in our favor. There are clouds, wind, smoke, and dust and noise, overhead and around, and there always will be, but no genuine thunder, with destructive bolt, menaces from any quarter of the sky. The real trouble with us was never our system or form of government, or the principles underlying it, but the peculiar composition of our people, the relations existing between them, and the compromising spirit which controlled the ruling power of the country. We have for a long time hesitated to adopt and carry out the only principle which can solve that difficulty and give peace, strength, and security to the Republic, and that is the principle of absolute equality. We are a country of all extremes, ends, and opposites, the most conspicuous example of a composite nationality in the world. Our people defy all the ethnological and logical classifications. In races, we range all the way from black to white, with intermediate shades which, as in the apocalyptic vision, no man can name or number. In regards to creeds and faiths, the condition is no better, and no worse. Differences both as to race and to religion are evidently more likely to increase than to diminish. We stand between the populous shores of two great oceans. Our land is capable of supporting 1/5 of all the globe. Here, labor is abundant and better remunerated than anywhere else. All moral, social, and geographical causes conspire to bring us the peoples of all other overpopulated countries. Europe and Africa are already here, and the Indian was here before either. He stands today between the two extremes of black and white, too proud to claim fraternity with either, and yet too weak to withstand the power of either. Heretofore, the policy of our government has been governed by race pride rather than by wisdom. Until recently, neither the Indian nor the Negro has been treated as part of the body politic. No attempt has been made to inspire either with a sentiment of patriotism, but the hearts of both races have been diligently sown with the dangerous seeds of discontent and hatred. The policy of keeping the Indians to themselves has kept the tomahawk and scalping knife busy upon our borders, and has cost us largely in blood and treasure. Our treatment of the Negro has lacked humanity and filled the country with agitation and ill feeling, and brought the nation to the verge of ruin. Before the relations of those two races are satisfactorily settled, and in despite of all opposition, a new race is making its appearance within our borders and claiming attention. It is estimated that not less than 100,000 Chinamen are now within the limits of the United States. Several years ago, every vessel, large or small, of steam or of sail, bound to our Pacific coast and hailing from the Flowery Kingdom, added to the number and strength of this new element of our population. Men differ widely as to the magnitude of this potential Chinese immigration. The fact that, by the late treaty with China, we bind ourselves to receive immigrants from that country only as the subjects of the emperor, and by the construction at least are not bound to naturalize them, and the further fact that Chinamen themselves have a superstitious devotion to their country and an aversion to permanent location in any other, contracting even to have their bones carried back should they die abroad, and from the fact that many have returned to China, and the still more stubborn fact that resistance to their coming has increased rather than diminished, it is inferred that we shall never have a large Chinese population in America. This, however, is not my opinion. It may be admitted that these reasons, and others, may check and moderate the tide of immigration, but it is absurd to think that they will do more than this. Counting their number now by the thousands, the time is not remote when they will count them by the millions. The emperor's hold upon the Chinaman may be strong, but the Chinaman's hold upon himself is stronger. Treaties against naturalization, like all other treaties, are limited by circumstances. As to the superstitious attachment of the Chinese to China, that, like all other superstitions, will dissolve in the light and heat of truth and experience. The Chinaman may be a bigot, but it does not follow that he will continue to be one tomorrow. He is a man, and will be very likely to act like a man. He will not be long in finding out that a country that is good enough to live in is good enough to die in, and that a soil that was good enough to hold his body while alive will be good enough to hold his bones when he is dead. Those who doubt a large immigration should remember that the past furnishes no criterion as a basis of calculation. We live under new and improved conditions of migration, and these conditions are constantly improving. America is no longer an obscure and inaccessible country. Our ships are in every sea. Our commerce is in every port. Our language is heard all around the globe. Steam and lightning have revolutionized the whole domain of human thought, changed all geographic relations, make a day of the present seem equal to 1,000 years of the past, and the continent that Columbus only conjectured 4 centuries ago is now the center of the world. I believe Chinese immigration on a large scale will yet be an irrepressible fact. The spirit of race pride will not always prevail. The reasons for this opinion are obvious. China is a vastly overcrowded country. Her people press against each other like cattle in a rail car. Many live upon the water and have laid out streets upon the waves. Men, like bees, want room. When the hive is overflowing, the bees will swarm, and will be likely to take up their abode where they find the best prospect for honey. In matters of this sort, men are very much like bees. Hunger will not be quietly endured, even in the Celestial Empire, when it is once generally known that there is bread enough and to spare in America. What Satan said of Job is true of the Chinaman, as well as of other men. All that a man hath will he give for his life. They will come here to live, where they know the means of living are in abundance. The same mighty forces which have swept to our shores the overflowing population of Europe which have reduced the people of Ireland 3 millions below its normal standard, will operate in a similar manner upon the hungry population of China and other parts of Asia. Home has its charms, and native land has its charms, but hunger, oppression, and destitution will dissolve these charms and send men in search of new countries and new homes. Not only is there a Chinese motive behind this probable immigration, but there is also an American motive which will play its part, and which will be all the more active and energetic because there's in it an element of pride, of bitterness, and revenge. Southern gentlemen who led in the late rebellion have not parted with their convictions at this point, any more than at any other. They want to be independent of the Negro. They believed in slavery, and they believe in it still. They believed in an aristocratic class, and they believe in it still. And though they have lost slavery, one element essential to such a class, they still have two important conditions to the reconstruction of that class. They have intelligence, and they have land. Of these, the land is the more important. They cling to it with all the tenacity of a cherished superstition. They will neither sell to the Negro, nor let the carpetbagger have it in peace, but are determined to hold it for themselves and their children forever. They have not yet learned that when a principle is gone, the incident must go also, that what was wise and proper under slavery is foolish and mischievous in a state of general liberty, that the old bottles are worthless when the new wine has come. But they have found that land is a doubtful benefit where there are no hands to till it. Hence, these gentlemen have turned their attention to the Celestial Empire. They would rather have laborers who will work for nothing, but as they cannot get the Negro on these terms, they want Chinamen, who, they hope, will work for next to nothing. Companies and associations may yet be formed to promote this Mongolian invasion. The loss of the Negro is to gain them the Chinese, and if the thing works well, abolition, in their opinion, will have proved itself to be another blessing in disguise. To the statesman, it will mean Southern independence. To the pulpit, it will be the hand of Providence, and bring about the time of the universal dominion of the Christian religion. To all but the Chinaman and the Negro, it will mean wealth, ease, and luxury. But alas, for all the selfish invention and dreams of men, the Chinaman will not long be willing to wear the cast off shoes of the Negro, and, if he refuses, there will be trouble again. The Negro worked and took his pay in religion and the lash. The Chinaman is a different article and will want the cash. He may, like the Negro, accept Christianity, but, unlike the Negro, he will not care to pay for it in labor. He had the golden rule in substance 500 years before the coming of Christ, and has notions of justice that are not to be confused by any of our cursed be Canaan religion. Nevertheless, the experiment will be tried. So far as getting the Chinese into our country is concerned, it will yet to be a success. This elephant will be drawn by our southern brethren, though they will hardly know in the end what to do with him. Appreciation of the value of Chinamen as laborers will, I apprehend, become general in this country. The North was never indifferent to Southern influence and example, and it will not be so in this instance. The Chinese in themselves have first-rate recommendations. They are industrious, docile, cleanly, frugal. They are dexterous of hand, patient of toil, marvelously gifted in the power of imitation, and have but few wants. Those who have carefully observed their habits in California say that they subsist upon what would be almost starvation to others. The conclusion of the whole will be that they will want to come to us, and as we become more liberal, we shall want them to come, and what we want done will naturally be done. They will no longer halt upon the shores of California. They will burrow no longer in her exhausted and deserted gold mines, where they have gathered wealth from barrenness, taking what others left. They will turn their back not only upon the Celestial Empire, but upon the golden shores of the Pacific, and the wide waste of waters, whose majestic waves spoke to them of home and country. They will withdraw their eyes from the glowing west and fix them upon the rising sun. They will cross the mountains, cross the plains, descend our rivers, penetrate to the heart of the country, and fix their home with us forever. Assuming then that immigration already has a foothold and will combine for many years to come, we have a new element in our national composition which is likely to exercise a large influence upon the thought and the action of the whole nation. The old question as to what shall be done with the Negro will have to give place to the greater question, what shall be done with the Mongolian? And perhaps we shall see raised one still greater, namely, what will the Mongolian do with both the Negro and the white? Already has the matter taken this shape in California and on the Pacific coast generally. Already has California assumed a bitterly unfriendly attitude toward the Chinaman. Already has she driven them from her altars of justice. Already has she stamped them as outcasts and handed them over to popular contempts and vulgar jest. Already are they the constant victims of cruel harshness and brutal violence. Already have our Celtic brothers, never slow to execute the behests of popular prejudice against the weak and defenseless, recognized in the heads of these people fit targets for their shillalas. Already, too, are their associations formed in avowed hostility to the Chinese. In all this, there is, of course, nothing strange. Repugnance to the presence and influence of foreigners is an ancient feeling among men. It is peculiar to no particular race or nation. It is met with not only in the conduct of one nation towards another, but in the conduct of the inhabitants of the different parts of the same country, sometimes of the same city, and even of the same village. Lands intersected by a narrow frith abhor each other. Mountains interposed make enemies of nations. To the Hindu, every man not twice born is Mieka. To the Greek, every man not speaking Greek is a barbarian. To the Jew, every one not circumcised is a Gentile. To the Mohammedan, every one not believing in the Prophet is a kafir. I need not repeat here the multitude of reproachful epithets, expressive of the same sentiment among ourselves. All who are not to the manner born have been made to feel the lash and sting of these reproachful names. For this feeling there are many apologies, for there was never yet an error, however flagrant and hurtful, for which some plausible defense could not be framed. Chattel slavery, kingcraft, priestcraft, pious frauds, intolerance, persecution, suicide, assassination, repudiation, and 1,000 other errors and crimes have all had their defenses and apologies. Prejudice of race and color has been equally upheld. The two best arguments in the defense are, first, the worthlessness of the class against which it is directed, and, second, that the feeling itself is entirely natural. The way to overcome the first argument is to work for the elevation of those deemed worthless, and thus make them worthy of regard, and they will soon become worthy and not worthless. As to the natural argument, it may be said that nature has many sides. Many things are in a certain sense natural, which are neither wise nor best. It is natural to walk, but shall men therefore refuse to ride? It is natural to ride on horseback. Shall men therefore refuse steam and rail? Civilization is itself a constant war upon some forces in nature. Shall we therefore abandon civilization and go back to savage life? Nature has two voices, the one high, the other low. One is in sweet accord with reason and justice, and the other apparently at war with both. The more men know of the essential nature of things, and of the true relation of mankind, the freer they are from prejudice of every kind. The child is afraid of the giant form of his own shadow. This is natural, but he will part with his fears when he is older and wiser. So ignorance is full of prejudice, but it will disappear with enlightenment. but I pass on. I have said that the Chinese will come, and have given some reasons why we may expect them in very large numbers in no very distant future. Do you ask if I would favor such immigration? I answer, I would. Would you admit them as witnesses in our courts of law? I would. Would you have them naturalized and have them invested with all the rights of American citizenship? I would. Would you allow them to vote? I would. Would you allow them to hold office? I would. But are there not reasons against all this? Is there not such a law or principle as that of self-preservation? Does not every race owe something to itself? Should it not attend to the dictates of common sense? Should not a superior race protect itself from contact with inferior ones? Are not the white people the owners of this continent? Have they not the right to say what kind of people shall be allowed to come here and settle? Is there not such a thing as being more generous than wise? In the effort to promote civilization, may we not corrupt and destroy what we have? Is it best to take on board more passengers than the ship will carry? To all this and more, I have one among many answers, altogether satisfactory to me, though I cannot promise it will be entirely so to you. I submit that this question of Chinese immigration should be settled upon higher principles than those of a cold and selfish expediency. There are such things in the world as human rights. They rest upon no conventional foundation, but are eternal, universal, and indestructible. Among these is the right of locomotion, the right of migration, the right which belongs to no particular race, but belongs alike to all and to all alike. It is the right you assert by staying here, and your fathers asserted by coming here. It is this great right that I assert for the Chinese and the Japanese, and for all other varieties of men equally with yourselves, now and forever. I know of no rights of race superior to the rights of humanity, and when there is a supposed conflict between human and national rights, it is safe to go to the side of humanity. I have great respect for the blue-eyed and light-haired races of America. They are a mighty people. In any struggle for the good things of this world, they need have no fear. They have no need to doubt that they will get their full share. But I reject the arrogant and scornful theory by which they would limit migratory rights, or any other essential human rights, to themselves, and which would make them the owners of this great continent to the exclusion of all other races of men. I want a home here not only for the Negro, the mulatto, and the Latin races, but I want the Asiatic to find a home here in the United States and feel at home here, both for his sake and for ours. Right wrongs no man. If respect is had to majorities, the fact that only 1/5 of the population of the globe is white and the other 4/5 are colored ought to have some weight and influence in disposing of this and similar questions. It would be a sad reflection upon the laws of nature and upon the idea of justice, to say nothing of a common creator, if 4/5 of mankind were deprived of the rights of migration to make room for the 1/5. If the white race may exclude all other races from this continent, it may rightfully do the same in respect to all other lands, islands, capes, and continents, and thus have all the world to itself, and thus what would seem to belong to the whole world will become the property of only a part. So much for what is right. Now let us see what is wise. And here I hold that a liberal and brotherly welcome to all who are likely to come to the United States is the only wise policy which this nation can adopt. It has been thoughtfully observed that every nation, owing to its peculiar character and composition, has a definite mission in the world. What that mission is, and what policy is best adopted to assist in its fulfillment, is the business of its people and its statesmen to know, and knowing, to make a noble use of this knowledge. I need not stop here to name or describe the missions of other and more ancient nationalities. Ours seem plain and unmistakable. Our geographical position, our relation to the outside world, our fundamental principles of government, world-embracing in their scope and character, our vast resources, requiring all manner of labor to develop them, and our already existing composite population, all conspire to one grand end, and that is, to make us the perfect national illustration of the unity and dignity of the human family that the world has ever seen. In whatever else other nations may have been great and grand, our greatness and grandeur will be found in the faithful application of the principle of perfect civil equality to the people of all races and of all creeds. We are not only bound to this position by our organic structure and by our revolutionary antecedents, but by the genius of our people, gathered here from all quarters of the globe by a common aspiration for national liberty as against caste, divine right government, and privileged classes. It would be unwise to found fighting against ourselves and among ourselves. It would be unadvised to attempt to set up any one race above another, or one religion above another, or prescribe any on account of race, color, or creed. The apprehension that we shall be swamped or swallowed up by Mongolian civilization, that the Caucasian race may not be able to hold their own against that vast incoming population, does not seem entitled to much respect. Though they come as the waves come, we shall be all the stronger if we receive them as friends and give them a reason for loving our country and our institutions. They will find here a deeply rooted, indigenous, growing civilization, augmented by an ever-increasing stream of immigration from Europe, and possession as 9 points of the law in this case, as well as in others. They will come as strangers, we are at home. They will come to us, not we to them. They will come in their weakness, we shall meet them in our strength. They will come as individuals, we will meet them in multitudes, and with all the advantages of organization. Chinese children are in American schools in San Francisco. None of our children are in Chinese schools, and probably never will be, though in some things they might well teach us valuable lessons. Contact with these yellow children of the Celestial Empire would convince us that the points of human difference, great as they, upon first sight, seem, are as nothing compared with the points of human agreement. Such contact would remove mountains of prejudice. It is said that it is not good for man to be alone. This is true, not only in the sense in which our women's rights friends so zealously and wisely teach, but it is true as to nations. The voice of civilization speaks an unmistakable language against the isolation of families, nations, and races, and pleads for composite nationality as essential to her triumphs. Those races of men who have maintained the most distinct and separate existence for the longest periods of time, which have had the least intercourse with other races of men, are a standing confirmation of the folly of isolation. The very soil of the national mind becomes in such cases barren, and can only be resuscitated by assistance from without. Look at England, whose mighty power is now felt, and for centuries has been felt, all around the world. It is worthy of special remark that precisely those parts of that proud island which have received the largest and most diversified populations are today the parts most distinguished for industry, enterprise, invention, and general enlightenment. In Wales and in the Highlands of Scotland, the boast is made of their pure blood, and that they were never conquered, but no man can contemplate them without wishing they had been conquered. They are far in the rear of every other part of the English realm in all the comforts and conveniences of life, as well as in mental and physical development. Neither law nor learning descends to us from the mountains of Wales or from the highlands of Scotland. The ancient Briton, whom Julius Caesar would not have as a slave, is not to be compared with the round, burly, amplitudinous Englishman in many of his qualities of desirable manhood. The theory that each race of men has some special faculty, some peculiar gift or quality of mind or heart, needed to the perfection and happiness of the whole, is a broad and beneficent theory, and besides its beneficence, has, in its support, the voice of experience. Nobody doubts this theory when applied to animals or plants, and no one can show that it is not equally true when applied to races. All great qualities are never found in any one man or any one race. The whole of humanity, like the whole of everything else, is ever greater than a part. Men only know themselves by knowing others, and contact is essential to this knowledge. In one race, we perceive the predominance of imagination. In another, like the Chinese, we remark its almost total absence. In one people, we have the reasoning faculty. In another, the genius for music. In another exists courage. In another, great physical vigor, and so on, through the whole list of human qualities. All are needed to temper, modify, round, and complete the whole man and the whole nation. Not the least among the arguments whose consideration should dispose us to welcome among us the peoples of all countries, nationalities, and colors is the fact that all races and varieties of men are improvable. This is the grand distinguishing attribute of humanity, and separates man from all other animals. If it could be shown that any particular race of men are literally incapable of improvement, we might hesitate to welcome them here. But no such men are anywhere to be found, and if they were, it is not likely that they would ever trouble us with their presence. The fact that the Chinese and other nations desire to come, and do come, is a proof of their capacity for improvement and of their fitness to come. We should take counsel of both nature and art in the consideration of this question. When the architect intends a grand structure, he makes the foundation broad and strong. We should imitate this prudence in laying the foundations of the future republic. There is a law of harmony in all departments of nature. The oak is in the acorn. The career and destiny of individual men are enfolded in the elements of which they are composed. The same is true of a nation. It will be something, or it will be nothing. It will be great, or it will be small, according to its own essential qualities. As these are rich and varied, or pure and simple, slender and feeble, broad and strong, so will be the life and destiny of the nation itself. The stream cannot rise higher than its source. The ship cannot sail faster than the wind. The flight of the arrow depends on the strength and elasticity of the bow, and as with these, so with a nation. If we could reach a degree of civilization higher and grander than any yet attained, we should welcome to our ample continent all nations, kindreds, tongues, and peoples, and as fast as they learn our language and comprehend the duties of citizenship, we should incorporate them into the American body politic. The outspread wings of the American eagle are broad enough to shelter all who are likely to come. As a matter of selfish policy, leaving right and humanity out of the question, we cannot wisely pursue any other course. Other governments mainly depends for security upon the sword. Ours depends mainly upon the friendship of the people. In all matters, in time of peace, in time of war, and at all times, it makes its appeal to the people, and to all classes of the people. Its strength lies in their friendship and cheerful support in every time of need, and that policy is a mad one, which would reduce the number of its friends by excluding those who would come, or by alienating those who are already here. Our republic is itself a strong argument in favor of composite nationality. It is no disparagement to Americans of English descent to affirm that much of the wealth, leisure, culture, refinement, and civilization of the country are due to the arm of the Negro and the muscle of the Irishman. Without these, and the wealth created by their sturdy toil, English civilization has still lingered this side of the Alleghenies, and the wolves still be howling on their summits. To no class of our population are we more indebted for valuable qualities of head, heart, and hand than to the German. Say what we will of their lager, their smoke, and their metaphysics. They have brought to us a fresh, vigorous, and childlike nature, a boundless facility in the acquisition of knowledge, a subtle and far-reaching intellect, and a fearless love of truth. Though remarkable for patient and laborious thought, the true German is a joyous child of freedom, fond of manly sports, a lover of music, and a happy man generally. Though he never forgets that he is a German, he never fails to remember that he is an American. A Frenchman comes here to make money, and that is about all that need be said of him. He is only a Frenchman. He neither learns our language nor loves our country. His hand is on our pocket and his eye on Paris. He gets what he wants, and like a sensible Frenchman, returns to France to spend it. Now, let us answer briefly some objections to the general scope of my arguments. I am that science is against me, that races are not all of the same origin, and that the unity theory of human origin has been exploded. I admit that this is a question that has two sides. It is impossible to trace the threads of human history sufficiently near their starting point to know much about the origin of races. In disposing of this question whether we shall welcome or repel immigration from China, Japan, or elsewhere, we may leave the differences among the theological doctors to be settled by themselves. Whether man originated at one time and one place, whether there was one Adam or 5 or 500, does not affect the question. The great right of migration and the great wisdom of incorporating foreign elements into our body politic are founded not upon any genealogical or ethnological theory, however learned, but upon the broad fact of a common nature. Man is man the world over. This fact is affirmed and admitted in any effort to deny it. The sentiments we exhibit, whether love or hate, confidence or fear, respect or contempt, will always imply a like humanity. A smile or a tear has no nationality. Joy and sorrow speak alike in all nations, and they, above all the confusions of tongues, proclaim the brotherhood of man. It is objected to the Chinaman that he is secretive and treacherous, and will not tell the truth when he thinks it for his interest to tell a lie. There may be truth in all this. It sounds very much like the account of man's heart given in the creeds. If he will not tell the truth, except when it is for his interest to do so, let us make it for his interest to tell the truth. We can do it by applying to him the same principle of justice that we apply to ourselves. But I doubt if the Chinese are more untruthful than other people. At this point, I have one certain test. Mankind are not held together by lies. Trust is the foundation of society. Where there is no truth, there can be no trust. And where there is no trust, there can be no society. Where there is society, there is trust. And where there is trust, there is something upon which it is supported. Now a people who have confided in each other for 5,000 years, who have extended their empire in all directions until it embraces 1/5 of the population of the globe, who hold important commercial relations with all nations, who are now entering into treaty stipulations with ourselves and with all the great European powers, cannot be a nation of cheats and liars, but must have some respect for veracity. The very existence of China for so long a period, and her progress in civilization, approves of her truthfulness. This is the last objection which should come from those who profess the all-conquering power of the Christian religion. If that religion cannot stand contact with the Chinese, religion or no religion, so much the worse for those who have adopted it. It is the Chinaman, not the Christian, who should be alarmed for his faith. He exposes that faith to great dangers by exposing it to the freer air of America. But shall we send missionaries to the heathen, and yet deny the heathen the right to come to us? I think a few honest believers in the teachings of Confucius would be well employed in expounding his doctrines among us. The next objection to the Chinese is that he cannot be induced to swear by the Bible. This is to me one of his best recommendations. The American people will swear by anything in the heaven above or the earth beneath. We are a nation of swearers. We swear by a book whose most authoritative command is to swear not at all. It is not of so much importance what a man swears by, as what he swears to, and if the Chinaman is so true to his convictions that he cannot be tempted or coerced into so popular a custom as swearing by the Bible, he gives good evidence of his integrity and of his veracity. Let the Chinaman come. He will help to augment the national wealth. He will help to develop our boundless resources. He will help to pay off our national debt. He will help to lighten the burden of our national taxation. He will give us the benefit of his skill as a manufacturer and as a tiller of the soil, in which he is unsurpassed. Even the matter of religious liberty, which has cost the world more tears, more blood, and more agony than any other interest, will be helped by his presence. I know of no church, however tolerant, of no priesthood, however enlightened, which could be safely trusted with the tremendous power which universal conformity would confer. We should welcome all men of every shade of religious opinion, as among the best means of checking the arrogance and intolerance which are the almost inevitable concomitants of general conformity. Religious liberty always flourishes best amid the clash and competition of rival religious creeds. To the mind of superficial men, the future of different races has already brought disaster and ruin upon the country. The poor Negro has been charged with all our woes. In the haste of these men, they forget that our trouble was not ethnological but moral, that it was not a difference of complexion but a difference of conviction. It was not the Ethiopian as a man, but the Ethiopian as a slave and a coveted article of merchandise that gave us trouble. I close these remarks as I began. If our actions shall be in accordance with the principles of justice, liberty, and perfect human equality, no eloquence can adequately portray the greatness and grandeur of the future of the Republic. We shall spread the network of our science and our civilization over all who seek their shelter, whether from Asia, Africa, or the isles of the sea. We shall mold them all, each after his kind, into Americans, Indian and Celt, Negro and Saxon, Latin and Teuton, Mongolian and Caucasian, Jew and Gentile, all shall here bow to the same law, speak the same language, support the same government, enjoy the same liberty, vibrate with the same national enthusiasm, and seek the same national ends. End of Composite Nation by Frederick Douglass. Read by T.Y.Lee.
Everybody Ought to Be Rich, an interview with John J. Raskob by Samuel Crowther. From the Ladies' Home Journal, August 1929. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Being rich is, of course, a comparative status. A man with $1 million used to be considered rich, but so many people have at least that much in these days, or are earning incomes in excess of a normal return from $1 million, that a millionaire does not cause any comment. Fixing a bulk line to define riches is a pointless performance. Let us rather say that a man is rich when he has an income from invested capital which is sufficient to support him and his family in a decent and comfortable manner, to give as much support, let us say, as has ever been given by his earnings. That amount of prosperity ought to be attainable by anyone. A greater share will come to those who have greater ability. It seems to me to be a primary duty for people to make it their business to understand how wealth is produced, and not to take their ideas from writers and speakers who have the gift of words, but not the gift of ordinary common sense. Wealth is not created in dens of iniquity, and it is much more to the point to understand what it is all about than to listen to the expounding of new systems which at the best can only make worse the faults of our present system. It is quite true that wealth is not so evenly distributed as it ought to be, and as it can be. And part of the reason for the unequal distribution is the lack of systematic investment and also the lack of even moderately sensible investment. One class of investors saves money and puts it into savings banks or other mediums that only pay a fixed interest. Such funds are valuable, but they do not lead to wealth. A second class tries to get rich all at once and buys any wildcat security that comes along with the promise of immense returns. A third class holds that the return from interest is not enough to justify savings, but at the same time has too much sense to buy fake stocks, and so saves nothing at all. Yet all the while wealth has been here for the asking. The common stocks of this country have in the past 10 years increased enormously in value because the business of the country has increased. $10,000 invested 10 years ago in the common stock of General Motors would now be worth more than $1.5 million, and General Motors is only one of many first-class industrial corporations. It may be said that this is a phenomenal increase, and that conditions are going to be different in the next 10 years. That prophecy may be true, but it is not founded on experience. In my opinion, the wealth of this country is bound to increase at a very rapid rate. The rapidity of the rate will be determined by the increase in consumption, and under wise investment plans, the consumption will steadily increase. Subsection. We have scarcely started. Now, anyone may regret that he or she did not have $10,000 10 years ago, and did not put it into General Motors, or some other good company, and sigh over the lost opportunity. Anyone who firmly believes that the opportunities are closed, and that from now on the country will get worse instead of better, is welcome to the opinion, and whatever increment it will bring. I think that we have scarcely started, and I have thought so for many years. In conjunction with others, I have been interested in creating and directing at least a dozen trusts for investment in equity securities. This plan of equity investments is no mere theory with me. The first of these trusts was started in 1907, and the others in the years immediately following. Under all of these, the plan provided for the saving of $15 per month for investment in equity securities only. There were no stocks bought on margin, no money borrowed, nor any stocks bought for a quick turn or resale. All stocks, with few exceptions, have been bought and held as permanent investments. The $15 was saved every month, and the dividends from the stocks purchased were kept in the trust and reinvested. 3 of these trusts are now 20 years old. $15 per month equals $180 a year. In 20 years, therefore, the total savings amounted to $3,600. Each of these 3 trusts is now worth well in excess of $80,000. Invested at 6% interest, this $80,000 would give the trust beneficiary an annual income of $400 per month, which ordinarily would represent more than the earning power of the beneficiary, because had he been able to earn as much as $400 per month, he could have saved more than $15. Suppose a man marries at the age of 23 and begins a regular saving of $15 a month, and almost anyone who is employed can do that if he tries. If he invests in good common stocks and allows the dividends and rights to accumulate, he will at the end of 20 years have at least $80,000 and income from investments of around $400 a month. He will be rich. And because anyone can do that, I am firm in my belief that anyone not only can be rich, but ought to be rich. The obstacles to being rich are 2, the trouble of saving and the trouble of finding a medium for investment. If Tom is known to have $200 in the savings bank, then everyone is out to get it for some absolutely necessary reason. More than likely his wife's sister will eventually find the emergency to draw it forth. But if he does withstand all attacks, what good will the money do him? The interest he receives is so small that he has no incentive to save, and since the whole is under his jurisdiction, he can depend only upon his own will to save. To save in any such fashion requires a stronger will than normal. If he thinks of investing in some stock, he has nowhere to turn for advice. He is not big enough to get much attention from his banker, and he has not enough money to go to a broker, or at least he thinks that he has not. Suppose he has $1,000, the bank can only advise him to buy a bond, for the officer will not take the risk of advising a stock, and probably has not the experience anyway to give such advice. Tom can get really adequate attention only from some man who has a worthless security to sell, for then all of Tom's money will be profit. The plan that I have had in mind for several years grows out of the success of the plans that we have followed for the executives in the General Motors and the DuPont companies. In 1923, in order to give the executives of General Motors a greater interest in their work, we organized the Managers Securities Company, made up of 80 senior and junior executives. This company bought the General Motors common stock to the then market value of $33 million. The executives paid $5 million in cash and borrowed $28 million. The stockholders of the Managers Securities Company are not the stockholders of General Motors. They own stock in a company which owns stock in General Motors, so that, as far as General Motors is concerned, the stock is voted as a block according to the instructions of the directors of the Managers Securities Company. This supplies an important interest which can exercise a large influence in shaping the policies of General Motors. Subsection from $25,000 to $1 million. The holdings of the members in the securities company are adjusted in cases of men leaving the employ of the company. The plan of the Managers Securities Company contemplates no dissolution of that company, so that its holdings of General Motors stock will always be en bloc. The plan has been enormously successful, and much of the success of the General Motors Corporation has been due to the executives having full responsibility and receiving financial rewards commensurate with that responsibility. The participation in the Managers Securities Company was arranged in accordance with the position and salary of the executive. Minimum participation required a cash payment of $25,000 when the Managers Securities Company was organized. That minimum participation is now worth more than $1 million. Recently, I have been advocating the formation of an equity securities corporation, that is, a corporation that will invest in common stocks only under proper and careful supervision. This company will buy the common stocks of first-class industrial corporations and issue its own stock certificates against them. This stock will be offered from time to time at a price to correspond exactly with the value of the assets of the corporation, and all profit will go to the stockholders. The directors will be men of outstanding character, reputation, and integrity. At regular intervals, say quarterly, the whole financial record of the corporation will be published together with all of its holdings and the cost thereof. The corporation will be owned by the public, and with every transaction public. I am not at all interested in a private investment trust. The company would not be permitted to borrow money or go into any debt. In addition to this company, there should be organized a discount company on the same lines as the finance companies of the motor concerns to be used to sell stock of the investing corporation on the installment plan. If Tom had $200, this discount company would lend him $300, and thus enable him to buy $500 of the Equity Securities Investment Company stock, and Tom could arrange to pay off his loan just as he pays off his motor car loan. When finished, he would own outright $500 of equity stock. That would take his savings out of the free will class and put them into the compulsory payment class, and his savings would no longer be fair game for relatives, for swindlers, or for himself. People pay for their motor car loans. They will also pay their loans contracted to secure their share in the nation's business. And in the kind of company suggested, every increase in value and every right would go to the benefit of the stockholders and be reflected in the price and earning power of their stock. They would share absolutely in the nation's prosperity. Subsection Constructive Saving. The effect of all this would, to my mind, be very far-reaching. If Tom bought $500 worth of stock, he would be helping some manufacturer to buy a new lathe or a new machine of some kind, which would add to the wealth of the country, and Tom, by participating in the profits of this machine, would be in a position to buy more goods and cause a demand for more machines. Prosperity is in the nature of an endless chain, and we can break it only by our own refusal to see what it is. Everyone ought to be rich, but it is out of the question to make people rich in spite of themselves. The millennium is not at hand. One cannot have all play and no work. But it has been sufficiently demonstrated that many of the old and supposedly conservative maxims are as untrue as the radical notions. We can appraise things as they are. Everyone by this time ought to know that nothing can be gained by stopping the progress of the world and dividing up everything. There would not be enough to divide, in the first place, and in the second place, most of the world's wealth is not in such form it can be divided. The socialistic theory of division is, however, no more irrational than some of the more hidebound theories of thrift, or of getting rich by saving. No one can become rich merely by saving. Putting aside a sum each week or month in a sock at no interest, or in a savings bank at ordinary interest, will not provide enough for old age, unless life in the meantime be rigorously skimped down to the level of mere existence. And if everyone skimped in any such fashion, then the country would be so poor that living at all would hardly be worth while. Unless we have consumption, we shall not have production. Production and consumption go together, and a rigid national program of saving would, if carried beyond a point, make for general poverty, for there would be no consumption to call new wealth into being. Therefore, savings must be looked at not as a present deprivation in order to enjoy more in the future, but as a constructive method of increasing not only one's future, but also one's present income. Saving may be a virtue if undertaken as a kind of mental and moral discipline, but such a course of saving is not to be regarded as a financial plan. Constructive saving in order to increase one's income is a financial operation and to be governed by financial rules. Disciplinary saving is another matter entirely. The two have been confused. Most of the old precepts contrasting the immorality of speculation with the morality of sound investment have no basis in fact. They have just been so often repeated as true that they are taken as true. If one buys a debt, that is, takes a secured bond or mortgage at a fixed rate of interest, then that is supposed to be an investment. In the case of debt, the principal sum as well as the interest is fixed and the investor cannot get more than he contracts for. The law guards against getting more, and also it regulates the procedure by which the lender can take the property of the borrower in case of default. But the law cannot say that the property of the debtor will be worth the principal sum of the debt when it falls due. The creditor must take that chance. The investor in a debt strictly limits his possible gain, but he does not limit his loss. He speculates in only one direction insofar as the actual return in dollars and cents is concerned, but in addition he speculates against the interest rate. If his security pays 4% and the money is worth 6 or 7%, then he is lending at less than the current rate. If money is worth 3%, then he is lending at more than he could otherwise get. The buyer of a common share in an enterprise limits neither his gains nor his losses. However, he excludes one element of speculation, the change in the value of money. For whatever earnings he gets will be in current money values. If he buys shares in a wholly new and untried enterprise, then his hazards are great. But if he buys into established enterprises, then he takes no more chance than does the investor who buys a debt. It is difficult to see why a bond or mortgage should be considered as a more conservative investment than a good stock, for the only difference in practice is that the bond can never be worth more than its face value, or return more than the interest, while a stock can be worth more than was paid for it, and can return a limitless profit. One may lose either on a bond or a stock, If a company fails, it will usually be reorganized, and in that case the bonds will have to give way to new money, and possibly they will be scaled down. The common stockholders may lose all, or again, they may get another kind of stock, which may or may not, eventually have a value. In a failure, neither the bondholders nor the stockholders will find any great cause for happiness, but there are very few failures among the larger corporations. Subsection Beneficial Borrowing. A first mortgage on improved real estate is supposedly a very safe investment, but the value of realty shifts quickly, and even the most experienced investors in real estate mortgages have to foreclose an appreciable percentage of their mortgages and buy in the properties to protect themselves. It may be years before the property can be sold again. I would rather buy real estate than buy mortgages on it, for then I have the chance of gaining more than I paid. On a mortgage I cannot get back more than I lend, but I may get back less. The line between investment and speculation is a very hazy one, and a definition is not to be found in the legal form of a security or in limiting the possible return on the money. The difference is, rather, in the approach. Placing a bet is very different from placing one's money with a corporation which has thoroughly demonstrated that it can normally earn profits and has a reasonable expectation of earning greater profits. That may be called speculation, but it would be more accurate to think of the operation as going into business with men who have demonstrated that they know how to do business. The old view of debt was quite as illogical as the old view of investment. It was beyond the conception of anyone that debt could be constructive. Every old saw about debt, and there must be 1,000 of them, is bound up with borrowing instead of earning. We now know that borrowing may be a method of earning, and beneficial to everyone concerned. Suppose a man needs a certain amount of money in order to buy a set of tools, or anything else which will increase his income. He can take one of two courses. He can save the money and in the course of time buy his tools, or he can, if proper facilities are provided, borrow the money at a reasonable rate of interest, buy the tools, and immediately so increase his income that he can pay off his debt and own the tools within half the time that it would have taken him to save the money and pay cash. That alone enables him at once to create more wealth than before, and consequently makes him a more valuable citizen. By increasing his power to produce, he also increases his power to consume, and therefore he increases the powers of others to produce in order to fill his new needs, and naturally increases their power to consume, and so on and on. By borrowing money instead of saving it, he increases his ability to save, and steps up his prosperity at once. Subsection The Way to Wealth. That is exactly what the automobile has done to the prosperity of the country through the plan of installment payments. The installment plan of payments for automobiles, when it was first launched, ran counter to the old notions of debt. It was opposed by bankers, who saw in it only an incentive for extravagance. It was opposed by manufacturers, because they thought people would be led to buy automobiles instead of their products. The results have been exactly opposite to the prediction. The ability to buy automobiles on credit gave an immediate step up to their purchase, manufacturing them, servicing them, building roads for them to run on, and caring for the people who used the roads have brought into existence about $10 billion of new wealth each year, which is roughly about the value of the farm crops. The creation of this new wealth gave a large increase to consumption, and has brought on our present very solid prosperity. But without the facility for going into debt, or the facility for the consumers getting credit, call it what you will, this great addition to wealth might never have taken place, and certainly not for many years to come. Debt may be a burden, but it is more likely to be an incentive. The great wealth of this country has been gained by the forces of production and consumption, pushing each other for supremacy. The personal fortunes of this country have been made not by saving, but by producing. Mere saving is closely akin to the socialist policy of dividing, and likewise runs up against the same objection, that there is not enough around to save. The savings that count cannot be static. They must be going into the production of wealth. They may go in as debt, and the managers of the wealth-making enterprises take all the profit over and above the interest paid. That has been the course recommended for saving, and for the reasons that have been set out, the fallacy of conservative investment, which is not conservative at all. The way to wealth is to get into the profit end of wealth production in this country. End of Everybody Ought to Be Rich, an interview with John J. Raskob by Samuel Crowther. Read by Alister.
The Gods by Edward Goodbird and Gilbert Livingstone Wilson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Public Domain Scholar. The Gods. I have said we, the Datsas, believed that an Earth Lodge was alive, and that its soul or spirit dwelt in the 4 big roof posts. We believed indeed that this world and everything in it was alive and had spirits, and our faith in these spirits and our worship of them made our religion. My father explained this to me. All things in this world, he said, have souls or spirits. The sky has a spirit, the clouds have spirits, the sun and moon have spirits. So have animals, trees, grass, water, stones, everything. These spirits are our gods, and we pray to them and give them offerings, that they may help us in our need. We Indians did not believe in one great spirit, as white men seem to think all Indians do. We did believe that certain gods were made more powerful than others. Of these was Itzakama Heidi, or elder creator, the spirit of the prairie wolf, and Kadu Teta, or old woman who never dies, who first taught my people to till their fields. Long histories are given of these gods. Anyone could pray to the spirits, receiving answer usually in a dream. Indeed, all dreams were thought to be from the spirits, and for this reason they were always heeded, especially those that came by fasting and suffering. Sometimes a man fasted and tortured himself until he fell into a kind of dream while yet awake. We called this a vision. A man whom the gods helped and visited in dreams was said to have a mystery power, and one who had much mystery power we called a mystery man or medicine man. Almost everyone received dreams from the spirits at some time, but a medicine man received them more often than others. A man might have mystery power and not use it wisely. There once lived in our village a medicine man who had one little son. One day in the summer, the little boy with some playmates crossed a shallow creek behind the village in search of grass for grass arrows. It happened that the villagers' fields were suffering from drought, and that very day some old men brought gifts to the medicine man and asked him to send them rain. The medicine man prayed to his gods, and in an hour rain fell in torrents. The little boy, seeking to return, found the creek choked by the rising waters. Greatly frightened, they plunged in, and all got safely over, but the medicine man's little son. He was drowned. The medicine man mourned bitterly for his son, for he thought it was he that had caused the little boy's death. Believing as he did that the world was full of spirits, every Indian hoped that one of them would come to him and be his protector, especially in war. When the lad became about 17 years of age, his parents would say, "You are now old enough to go to war, but you should first go out and find your God." They meant by this that he should not risk his life in battle until he had a protecting spirit. Finding one's God was not an easy task. The lad painted his body with white clay as if in mourning, and went out among the hills until upon some bluff where he could be seen of the gods, and for days, with neither food nor drink, and often torturing himself, he cried to the gods to pity him and come to him. His sufferings at last brought on delirium, so that he dreamed or saw a vision. Whatever he saw in this vision was his God, come to pledge him protection. Usually this God was a bird or beast, or it might be the spirit of someone dead. The bird or beast was not a flesh and blood animal, but a spirit. The lad then returned home. As soon as he was recovered from his fast, he set out to kill an animal like that seen in his vision, and its dried skin, or a part of it, he kept as a sacred object, or medicine, for in this sacred object dwelt his God. Thus, if an otter god appeared to him, the lad would kill an otter, and into its skin, which the lad kept, the god entered. The otter skin was now the lad's medicine. He prayed to it and bore it with him to war, that his god might be present to protect him. Indians even made offerings of food to their sacred objects. They knew the sacred object did not eat the food, but they believed that the god or spirit in the sacred object ate the spirit of the food. They also burned cedar incense to their sacred objects. The story of my uncle, Wolf Chief, as he was afterwards called, will show what sufferings a young man was willing to endure who went out to seek his God. He was but 17 when his father, Small Ankle, said to him, "My son, I think you should go out and seek your God." The next morning, my uncle climbed a high butte overlooking the Missouri and prayed, "O gods, I am poor. I lead a poor life. Make me a good man, a brave warrior. I want to be a great warrior. I want to capture many horses. I want to teach much to my people. I want to be their chief and save them in their need." For 3 days and nights my uncle prayed, and in this time he had not a mouthful of food nor a drop of water to drink. The 4th day his father came to him. "My son," he said, "perhaps the gods would have you become a great man, and they are trying you, whether you are worthy. You have not suffered enough." "I am ready, father," said my uncle. Small Ankle fixed a stout post in the ground and fastened my uncle to it with thongs, so that all day he was in great suffering. In the evening, Small Ankle came and cut him loose. "You have suffered enough, my son," he said. "I think the gods will now pity you and give you a dream." He took my uncle home and gave him something to eat and drink. Then he laid the boy tenderly upon a pile of buffalo skins before his own medicines. For a long time my uncle could not sleep for the pain from his wounds. A little before daylight he fell into a troubled dream. He heard a man outside walking around the earth lodge. The man was singing a mystery song. Now and then he paused and cried, "You have done well, Strong Bull." Small Ankle was very happy when my uncle awoke and told him his dream. He knew that one of the gods had now come to his son to protect him and help him, and he called the boy by his new name, Strong Bull, that the god had given him. Other men had different dreams. My grandfather once told me of a man who had a vision of 4 buffalo skulls that became alive. Many years ago, when our villages were on Knife River, a man named Bush went out to find his god. He sought a vision from the buffalo spirits, and he thought to make himself suffer so the spirits might pity him. He tied 4 buffalo skulls in a train, one behind another, and as Bush walked, he dragged the train of skulls behind him. He made his way painfully up the Missouri, mourning and crying to the gods. The banks of the Missouri are much cut up by ravines, and Bush suffered greatly as he dragged the heavy skulls over this rough country. 50 miles north of the villages, he came to the Little Missouri, a shallow stream, but subject to sudden freshets. He found their river flooded and rising. He stood on the bank and cried, "O gods, I am poor and I suffer. I want to find my God. Other men have suffered and found their gods. Now I suffer much, but no God answers me. I am going to plunge into this torrent. I think I shall die, yet I will plunge in. O gods, if you are going to answer me, do it now and save me." He waded in, dragging the heavy skulls after him. The water grew deeper. He could no longer wade. He had to swim. He struck out. He wondered that he no longer felt the weight of the skulls, and that he did not sink. Then he heard something behind him cry, "Ooh, oh, ooh." He looked around. The 4 buffalo skulls were swimming about him, buoying him up, but they were no longer skulls. Flesh and woolly hair covered them. They had big blue eyes. They had red tongues. They were alive. Bush himself told this story to my grandfather. It should not be thought that Bush was trying to deceive when he said he saw these things. If one had been with him when he sprang into the torrent and had cried, "Bush, the skulls are not alive. It is your delirium that makes you think they live," he would have answered, "Of course you cannot see they are alive. The vision is to me, not to you. The flesh and hair and eyes are spirit flesh. I see them. You see only the skulls." A man might go out many times thus to find his God. If he had ill success in war, or if sickness or misfortune came upon him, he would think the gods had forgotten him, and he would throw away his moccasins cut his hair as for mourning, paint his face with white clay, and again cry to the gods for a vision. A medicine man's visions were like other men's, but we gave them more heed because we thought he had more power with the gods. We looked upon a medicine man as a prophet. His dreams and visions were messages to us from the spirits, and we thought of his mystery power as white men think of a prophet's power to work miracles. Our medicine man sought visions for us and messages from the gods, just as white men's preachers study to tell them what God speaks to them in his book. The medicine man had much influence in his tribe. He cured our sick, called the buffalo herds to us, gave us advice when a war party was being formed, and in times of drought prayed for rain. Worshipping as we did many gods, we Indians did not think it strange that white men prayed to another god, and when missionaries came, we did not think it wrong that they taught us to pray to their God, but that they said we should not pray to our own gods. Why, we asked, do the missionaries hate our gods? We do not deny the white men's great spirit. Why then should they deny our gods? Sometimes Indians who seek to join the mission church secretly pray to their own gods. More often an Indian who accepts Jesus Christ and tries to follow him still fears his old gods, although he no longer prays to them. Many older Indians who do not know English look upon Jesus Christ as they would upon one of their own gods. A story will show how his mission is sometimes misunderstood. On this reservation lives a medicine woman named Many Enemy Heart. When a girl, she went to the mission school and learned something about Jesus Christ. Afterward, as her fathers had done, she went into the hills to seek her God. She says that she fasted and prayed, and Jesus came to her in a vision. One side of his body was dark, like an Indian. The other side was white, like a white man. In his white hand he carried a lamb, in the other a little dog. Jesus explained the vision. My body, he said, half dark and half white, means that I am as much an Indian as I am a white man. This dog means that Indian ways are for Indians, as white ways are for white men. For Indians sacrifice dogs, as white men once sacrificed lambs. If the missionaries tell you this is not true, ask them who crucified me. Were they Indians or white men? Many Indians believe this vision. More than 15 have left the Catholic priest to follow Many Enemy Heart, and 3 or 4 have left our Protestant mission. To us Indians, the spirit world seemed very near, and we did nothing without taking thought of the gods. If we would begin a journey, form a war party, hunt, trap eagles, or fish, or plant corn, we first prayed to the spirits. A bad dream would send the bravest war party hurrying home. If our belief seemed strange to the white men, theirs seemed just as strange to us. End of the Gods by Edward Goodbird and Gilbert Livingstone Wilson.
Circumstances Affecting the Heat of the Sun's Rays by Eunice Foote. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in December 2025. Circumstances Affecting the Heat of the Sun's Rays by Eunice Foote from The American Journal of Science and Arts, Series 2, 1856. Read before the American Association, August 23, 1856. My investigations have had for their object to determine the different circumstances that affect the thermal action of the rays of light that proceed from the sun. Several results have been obtained. First, the action increases with the density of the air and is diminished as it becomes more rarefied. The experiments were made with an air pump and 2 cylindrical receivers of the same size, about 4 inches in diameter and 30 in length. In each were placed 2 thermometers, and the air was exhausted from one and condensed in the other. After both had acquired the same temperature, they were placed in the sun side by side, and while the action of the sun's rays rose to 110 degrees in the condensed tube, it attained only 88 degrees in the other. I had no means at hand of measuring the degree of condensation or rarefaction. The observations taken once in 2 or 3 minutes were as follows. Exhausted tube. In shade, 75 degrees. In sun, 80 degrees. In shade, 76 degrees. In sun, 82 degrees. In shade, 80 degrees. In sun, 82 degrees. In shade, 83 degrees. In sun, 86 degrees. In shade, 84 degrees. In sun, 88 degrees. Condensed tube. In shade, 75 degrees. In sun, 80 degrees. In shade, 78 degrees. In sun, 95 degrees. In shade, 80 degrees. In sun, 100 degrees. In shade, 82 degrees. In sun, 105 degrees. In shade, 85 degrees. In sun, 110 degrees. This circumstance must affect the power of the sun's rays in different places, and contribute to produce their feeble action on the summits of lofty mountains. Secondly, the action of the sun's rays was found to be greater in moist than in dry air. In one of the receivers the air was saturated with moisture, in the other it was dried by the use of chloride of calcium. Both were placed in the sun as before, and the result was as follows. Dry air. In shade, 75 degrees. In sun, 75 degrees. In shade, 78 degrees. In sun, 88 degrees. In shade, 82 degrees. In sun, 102 degrees. In shade, 82 degrees. In sun, 104 degrees. In shade, 82 degrees. In sun, 105 degrees. In shade, 88 degrees. In sun, 108 degrees. Damp air. In shade, 75 degrees. In sun, 75 degrees. In shade, 78 degrees. In sun, 90 degrees. In shade, 82 degrees. In sun, 106 degrees. In shade, 82 degrees. In sun, 110 degrees. In shade, 82 degrees. In sun, 114 degrees. In shade, 92 degrees. In sun, 120 degrees. The high temperature of moist air has frequently been observed. Who has not experienced the burning heat of the sun that precedes a summer's shower? The isothermal lines will, I think, be found to be much affected by the different degrees of moisture in different places. Thirdly, the highest effect of the sun's rays I have found to be in carbonic acid gas. One of the receivers was filled with it, the other with common air, and the result was as follows. In common air. In shade, 80 degrees. In sun, 90 degrees. In shade, 81 degrees. In sun, 94 degrees. In shade, 80 degrees. In sun, 99 degrees. In shade, 81 degrees. In sun, 100 degrees. In carbonic acid gas. In shade, 80 degrees. In sun, 90 degrees. In shade, 84 degrees. In sun, 100 degrees. In shade, 84 degrees. In sun, 110 degrees. In shade, 85 degrees. In sun, 120 degrees. The receiver containing the gas became itself much heated, very sensibly more so than the other, and on being removed it was many times as long in cooling. An atmosphere of that gas would give to our earth a high temperature, and if, as some suppose, at one period of its history the air had mixed with it a larger proportion than at present, an increased temperature from its own action as well as from increased weight must have necessarily resulted. On comparing the sun's heat in different gases, I found it to be in hydrogen gas 104 degrees, in common air 106 degrees, in oxygen gas 108 degrees, and in carbonic acid gas 125 degrees. End of Circumstances Affecting the Heat of the Sun's Rays by Eunice Foote.
George Washington's 1790 speech to the Hebrew congregation in Newport, Rhode Island, by George Washington. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To the Hebrew congregation in Newport, Rhode Island. Newport, Rhode Island, 18th of August, 1790. Gentlemen, while I receive with much satisfaction your address replete with expressions of affection and esteem, I rejoice in the opportunity of assuring you that I shall always retain a grateful remembrance of the cordial welcome I experienced in my visit to Newport from all classes of citizens. The reflection on the days of difficulty and danger, which are past, is rendered the more sweet from a consciousness that they are succeeded by days of uncommon prosperity and security. If we have wisdom to make the best use of the advantages with which we are now favored, we cannot fail, under the just administration of a good government, to become a great and a happy people. The citizens of the United States of America have a right to applaud themselves for having given to mankind examples of an enlarged and liberal policy, a policy worthy of imitation. All possess alike liberty of conscience and immunities of citizenship. It is now no more that toleration is spoken of, as if it was by the indulgence of one class of people that another enjoyed the exercise of their inherent natural rights. For happily, the government of the United States, which gives to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance, requires only that they who live under its protection should demean themselves as good citizens in giving it on all occasions their effectual support. It would be inconsistent with the frankness of my character not to avow that I am pleased with your favorable opinion of my administration and fervent wishes for my felicity. May the children of the stock of Abraham, who dwell in this land, continue to merit and enjoy the goodwill of the other inhabitants, while everyone shall sit in safety under his own vine and fig tree, and there shall be none to make him afraid. May the Father of all mercies scatter light and not darkness in our paths, and make us all in our several vocations useful here, and in his own due time and way everlastingly happy. George Washington. End of George Washington's 1790 speech to the Hebrew congregation in Newport, Rhode Island. Read by T.Y.Lee.
Jethro Tull, founder of the Principles of Dry Farming, by William MacDonald. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. For the finer land is made by tillage, the richer will it become, and the more plants will it maintain. Quote by Jethro Tull. 8 miles to the northwest of Reading, on a lovely reach of the River Thames, lies the parish town of Basildon in the county of Berkshire. Here, in the year 1674, was born the man who revolutionised British agriculture and laid the foundations for the conquest of the desert. Yet, strange as it may seem, until the other day Tull's grave was unknown, and even now no monument marks the resting place of this illustrious husbandman. His family was of ancient and honourable lineage, and he was heir to a competent estate. At 17 he entered his name on the register of St. John's College, Oxford, but he did not proceed to a degree. 2 years later he was admitted as a student of Gray's Inn, and was, in due course, called to the bar. It is probable that Tull studied law not so much with the thought of taking it up seriously as a profession, but simply in order to better fit himself for a political career. Ill health, however, made him turn his attention to farming. At the age of 25, he married a lady of good family, Miss Susanna Smith of the county of Warwick, and then settled down to farm in Oxfordshire. His first farm was Helbury in the parish of Crowmarsh. The land of this farm was fertile and renowned for heavy crops of both wheat and barley. Here Tull lived and toiled for 9 years, till at last his health broke down and he was ordered south to the milder climate of France and Italy. So he decided to sell a portion of his Oxfordshire estate and send his family to another farm in Berkshire named Prosperous, situated in the parish of Shelbourne. After an absence of 3 years, Tull returned to Prosperous Farm, a place for ever famous in the annals of agriculture. Here he lived for 26 years, to the close of his strenuous, checkered career. Of this farm, Tull writes, "Situated on a little chalk on one side and heath on the other, the soil is poor and shallow, generally too light and too shallow to produce a tolerable crop of beans. This farm was made out of the skirts of others. A great part was a sheep down with a full reputation of poverty." While in Europe, Tull took special note of the deep and careful cultivation of the vineyards, where the tillage of the soil between the rows of the grapevines was made to take the place of manuring the land. On his return to England, he tried this method at Prosperous Farm, first with turnips and potatoes, and then with wheat. And by adopting this simple system, with some few modifications of his own, he was enabled to grow wheat on the same fields for 13 years continuously without the use of manure. It was on his farm of Helbury that Tull invented and perfected his drill in the year 1701. He has told the story of this invention in the pages of his great work. Finding his plans for growing sainfoin, a leguminous plant cultivated for fodder, hindered by the distaste of his labourers for his new methods, he resolved to try to contrive an engine to plant Saint Foin more faithfully than such hands would do. For that purpose I examined and compared all the mechanical ideas that ever had entered my imagination, and at last pitched upon a groove, tongue, and spring in the sound-board of the organ. With these a little altered, and some parts of 2 other instruments, as foreign to the field as the organ is, added to them, I composed my machine. It was named a drill, because when farmers used to sow their beans and peas in channels or furrows by hand, they called that action drilling. And thus Tull's drill, taken from the rotary mechanism of his favourite organ, is the pioneer of all modern planters. His first invention was what he termed a drill plough, to sow wheat and turnip seed 3 rows at a time. It was this invention that led Tull to enunciate his first principle of tillage, namely drilling, and it is the more amazing to reflect that, even after this long lapse of time, many farmers still persist in broadcasting their seed. For, as a recent authority working on the semi-arid lands of Montana writes, sowing broadcast is bad at any time, but in dry farming it is suicidal. That the use of the drill has everywhere effected an enormous saving of seed is common knowledge. But let us hear what Tull has to say under this head. Sainfoin seed was scarce, dear and bad, and enough could scarce be got to sow, as was usual, 7 bushels to an acre, whereas at the present time it is customary to sow from 80 to 100 pounds weight of sainfoin seed per acre. I examined and thought the matter out, and found the greater part of the seed miscarried, being bad or too much covered. I observed and counted and found when much seed had miscarried, the crop was best. Here was his second principle, reduction of seed, or, as we now say, thin seeding, a practice which has been adopted by the dry farmers of Utah with remarkable success. Moreover, Tull was an ardent advocate of the weedless field, and he saw, clearly enough, that dung was a serious menace to clean tillage, as the seeds of troublesome weeds were apt to be scattered far and wide over the farm. This led him to lay down as his third principle the absence of weed. But he certainly never, as is sometimes said, condemned the use of manure. His experiments, however, proved beyond the shadow of doubt that good crops might be grown simply and solely by means of deep and constant tillage. So he says angrily, "The vulgar in general believe that I carried my farmyard dung and threw it in a river. I have no river near. Besides, my neighbours buy dung at a good price. But it is known I neither sell nor waste any dung. Against such lying tongues there is no defence." Nevertheless, many years after his part was taken by none other than the great scientist of Rothamsted, the late Sir John Laws, who wrote as follows: Tull was quite an original genius and a century in advance of his time. I consider he has been most unjustly accused of not placing sufficient value upon farmyard manure. He advocated cleanliness and saw that dung was a great carrier of weeds. To give some clear idea of the value of Tull's advocacy of drill husbandry and the freedom from weed which can alone be obtained by the use of the drill, I may mention that so far as statistics will allow, I have ascertained the average yield of the wheat crop of the world, and I am able to say that the average yield is less than it is at the present time upon my permanent wheat land, after more than 60 years absolutely without manure. Here we have the result of Tull's 3 great principles: drilling, reduction of seed, and absence of weed. If he were alive now and were writing for the agriculture of the world, he would, I think, be quite justified in saying everything he said in regard to cleanliness and manure. As a result of his studies, travels and experiments, Tull published The New Horse-Hoeing Husbandry, or an essay on the principles of tillage and vegetation, in the year 1731. The great value of this work is that it is founded not upon mere theory, but upon actual experiments in the field. The fourth edition, which I have beside me, consists of 426 pages, with several plates, and 23 chapters which treat of the following subjects: of roots and leaves, of food of plants, of pastures of plants, of dung, of tillage, of weeds, of turnips, of wheat, of smuttiness, of lucerne, of change of species, of change of individuals, of ridges, old and new husbandry, of ploughs, the four-coultered plough, of the drill boxes, of the wheat drill, of the turnip drill, of the hoe plough, with an appendix concerning the making of the drill and the hoe plough. Tull's idea, which was that by tillage soils might be constantly and forever reinvigorated or renewed, is summed up in his famous epigram, "Tillage is manure." He believed that the earth was the true and the sole food of the plant, and, further, that the plant feeds and grows by taking in minute particles of soil, and since these particles are thrown off from the surface of the soil grains, it followed, therefore, that the more finely the soil was divided, the more numerous the particles and the more readily the plant would grow. Although Tull's theories were wrong, his practice has been followed by all progressive farmers down to the present time. We now know that plants do not absorb particles of earth, but take in food in solution. Consequently, the more the particles of soil are broken up and refined, the more plant food the roots can absorb. In this volume, which must be counted an agricultural classic, Tull at once takes rank as the foremost preacher of his time of the gospel of deep and perfect tillage. And it is a work which, in the words of his great compeer, Arthur Young, will unquestionably carry his name to the latest posterity. The botanical world has recently been illumined by the splendid discovery of the principles of heredity set forth by Gregor Mendel, and the foremost exponent of the new science, Professor Bateson, writes as follows: "We have at last a brilliant method and a solid basis from which to attack these problems, offering an opportunity to the pioneer such as occurs but seldom even in the history of modern science. Cannot we, as agriculturalists, say the same with equal truth? For, to our thinking, Jethro Tull bears the same relation to dry farming that Mendel does to plant breeding. For if, on the one hand, his drill ploughs are the models from which have been derived the marvellous agricultural machines of modern times, then, on the other, his clean husbandry, his seed selection, his deep and constant tillage are the fundamental principles in the great new science of dry farming. Nor should we forget that both Mendel and Tull enunciated their principles only after long and patient experiment. The principles which we have adopted in our experiments on the Government dryland station at Lichtenberg in the Transvaal and which we propose to follow on all stations hereafter to be established in the Union of South Africa, are 7 in number, namely 1. Deep ploughing, 2. Drilling, 3. Thin seeding, 4. Frequent harrowing, 5. Weedless lands, 6. Few varieties, and 7. Moisture-saving fallows. And we know full well that the more faithfully we adhere to this scheme, the richer shall be our harvests. But, after all, these principles are merely the amplification, nothing more, of those fundamental methods of tillage so plainly set forth 182 years ago by the genius of Jethro Tull. Tull died in the month of March in the year 1740, at the age of 66. In speaking of agricultural education, we have frequently urged the benefits to be derived from a liberal education, and we like to recall Tull's own words. I owe my principles and practice originally to my travels, as I owe my drill to my organ. Here indeed was a man of many parts, a famous agriculturalist, an able mechanic, a good musician, and a keen classical scholar. His life, strange to say, was one dauntless struggle with disease. For 6 years he scarce ever left his room, and seldom in that period was he gladdened by so much as a glimpse of his 100 acres of drilled wheat. So they laid the tired body of the simple-minded English squire under the yew trees of Basildon in the mellow soil he loved so well. But the bells of the old church of St. Bartholomew now ring out with a new, glad message, for they tell the toiling husbandman of all lands to be of good cheer, for the desert shall rejoice and blossom as the rose, while the winds and the waters carry the echo of Tull's name down through the corridors of time. End of Jethro Tull, founder of the Principles of Dry Farming, by William MacDonald.
My Neighbor and Myself by Robert Palfrey Utter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Neighbor and Myself. No doubt it was an oversight on my part to buy the house at all without consulting the neighbors. My only excuse is that at that time I thought of them only as the neighbors and not yet my neighbors. I took what I conceived to be the ordinary precautions. I went over the house with a builder whom I trusted, and I paid for an elaborate bit of research known as abstract of title. It never occurred to me to make a house-to-house canvass of the neighbors to learn what they were holding out on me. The first to unmask was Mr. Odgers, next door to the south, who paused to watch me uncrate the dining table at the precise moment when I discovered the nail driven through the crate into the edge of my priceless ancestral mahogany. He did his best, but the scar remains to this day unhealed by any words of his. He hinted in unmeasured terms that you never could trust anybody to crate your furniture, and that anybody might have known that the only safe way was to do it all yourself. Then he asked me what I was going to do about the cellar. I said I had hardly known it long enough to feel justified in outlining a policy, and was about to ask him whether he would recommend the Montessori method or the Swedish system, when he went on to say that there was a perennial spring of water in that cellar, and that no plan had ever been devised to drain it thereof. It stood to reason, he said, that it should be so, and demonstrated it by his own private mixture of misinformation, one part distorted from a professor of geology, deceased, to 2 parts exuded by a witch hazel practitioner who was said to have detected and traced the underground stream. When I succeeded in interpolating the plea that the cellar was at the moment as dry as the attic, Mr. Odgers imperturbably called my attention to the fact that it was an extra dry season, that springs were drying this year that had never dried before. Anyway, the water from the sidewalk would always flow into the cold air box of the furnace. You see, the wind always comes through between the town hall and the Baptist church, and drifts the snow here on the sidewalk deeper than any place else in the village. Then, when it melts, it flows straight into that cold air box. Stands to reason it can't go any place else. He then devoted a further hour of his precious time to the exposition. I couldn't invite him to dinner, for the dining table still waited on the porch. It was graphic. I could picture the rush of water into the furnace, it spouting up the registers. He had, he said, lived there, man and boy, for 40 years. Tenants had come and tenants had gone in the house I had bought, but not one had been able to divert that flow from its undeviating course into the cold air box. And the year of the big blizzard, it not only flowed in, but it froze there. Before my mind's eye, the geysers from the registers petrified into crystal columns. And they said we were to have another blizzard next winter. Ever notice how them things come round every so often? Well, then, we're about due for another one, ain't we? Now, his cellar was always dry as a bone. Funny thing, too, right next door to mine. That evening, Mrs. Pardoe came in to find out whether we had had anything done to the kitchen chimney. My wife asked, anxiously, what was the matter with it. Mrs. Pardoe said that somehow it never did work just right. Mrs. Tiptodd, who used to live here 5 years ago, tried everything, but she never could get her oven to heat. They even had it tore out right under the roof there, and built it in different, but it wa'n't no use. The last folks that lived here, they didn't bother much about it. They always cooked with the gas, but that way your kitchen was always cold in the winter. Mr. Pardoe, he always said he s'posed they didn't dare build a real good fire in that stove now, considerin' the kind of a job they did rebuildin' the chimney. It was that loose jointed up there under the roof, it was liable to set the house afire any minute. But anyway, it never had, and maybe he didn't know so much about it as he thought he did. But he ought to, due to him spendin' so much time up there with the bricklayers, one of 'em bein' a kind of second cousin of his, as he happened to find out after he come there on the job. After Mrs. Pardoe had gone, it took me a long time to convince my wife that the builder and I had made a thorough examination of the kitchen chimney just underneath the roof. I was out when Mrs. Lovegrove called, and I think the circumstance saved her life, and me from a murderer's fate. She wandered all over the house, and found fault with all our arrangements. Mrs. Tiptodd always had the piano there. Mrs. Tiptodd had a round dining table, and had the sideboard in the bay window. Mrs. Tiptodd kept the coffee grinder on the shelf behind the stove. You can't sleep with the bed that way. You have to have the head to the north. Mrs. Tiptodd had it here, and she never had the window open like that. What have you done to this room? Mrs. Tiptodd had a blue flowered paper here, and it was always the best room. Why do you have so many books? Mrs. Tiptodd had one little bookcase with glass in the front. It stood right here, and she never had books all round like this. Why didn't you have one of them Madonna pictures over the mantel? Mrs. Tiptodd always did, and she had the loveliest fruit piece in the dining room. I don't suppose I shall ever get a shot at Mrs. Tiptodd. She has gone out into the Evacite or to Fort Dodge, or words to that effect. But Mrs. Lovegrove lives just across the street. There are many kilos of her. I doubt if I could miss her." It was Mr. McHeff who tried to wish a neighborhood feud on us. He asked me whether I intended to use the path between his house and the Elses. I said I hadn't used it much. I usually went by the street. Why? Well, he didn't suppose old man Els would mind much if I used it. The trouble was when Ruel Olifaunder bought the place, and then refused to buy the right-of-way in from Els's Lane, and called Alf Els a robber for the price he was asking for it. There was a time then when it was as much as your life was worth for anyone who lived in this house to go through there. Mrs. Tiptodd didn't make things much better neither. She told Alf Els to his face he was a dirty old skinflint, and she had words with Ms. Els whenever she went by, till you thought there was a cat fight every day in the week and twice on Sunday. Still, he didn't think that if I was careful not to rub old man Els the wrong way, I should have much trouble. But you never could tell. He's such a persnickety old cuss. My duty to an unkempt quarter section that lay between my sidewalk and the road was expounded to me by Uncle Ed Leddy, he of the squirrel tooth. I was to plow it and seed it, and then lawn-mower it, I and my heirs and assigns forever. In vain I pointed out to him that if I kept the acre of ground within my own legally defined boundaries reasonably massaged and barbered, it was all I could undertake, and, I feared, a bit more. In vain I urged that my share of the town taxes would more than cover the improvement if the town wished it done. In vain I urged that no one else in the village had such a burden laid at his door. Uncle Ed was inexorable. The town expected it of me, and I should incur his, Uncle Ed's, severe displeasure if I neglected this civic opportunity. I have lived in the house now long enough to have seen the revolving year more than once round its dial. There has never been any more water in my cellar than the water company allows me. Except for a casual squirrel now and then, I have had nothing in my cold air box but cold air. My kitchen chimney stands as a monument to the bricklayers of a former age. The neighbors will have their little initiation stunts, but don't risk any money on what they say. Not but what a fellow ought to know what he's getting into. There's that chap that is buying the Pardo place, for instance. I really think somebody ought to tell him how rotten the sills are on account of old Pardo banking up the underpinning in the winter and leaving it year in and year out. Maybe I ought to tell him myself. End of My Neighbor and Myself by Robert Palfrey Utter.
Porphyrios, the Whale, from the Histories of War by Procopius, translated by H.B. de Wing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was at this time also that the whale, which the Byzantines called Porphyrios, was caught. This whale had been annoying Byzantium and the towns about it for 50 years, not continuously, however, but disappearing sometimes for a rather long interval, and it sank many boats and terrified the passengers of many others, driving them from their course and carrying them off to great distances. It had consequently become a matter of concern to the Emperor Justinian to capture this creature, but he was unable by any device to accomplish his purpose. But I shall explain how it came to be captured in the present instance. It happened that while a deep calm prevailed over the sea, a very large number of dolphins gathered close to the mouth of the Euxine Sea, and suddenly they saw the whale and fled wherever each one could, but the most of them came in near the mouth of the Sangarius. Meanwhile, the whale succeeded in capturing some of them, which he swallowed forthwith. And then, either still impelled by hunger or by a contentious spirit, he continued the pursuit no less than before, until, without noticing it, It had itself come very close to the land. There it ran upon some very deep mud, and though it struggled and exerted itself to the utmost to get out of it as quickly as possible, it still was utterly unable to escape from this shoal, but sank still deeper in the mud. Now when this was reported among all the people who dwelt round about, they straightway rushed upon the whale, and though they hacked at it most persistently with axes on all sides, even so they did not kill it, but they dragged it up with some heavy ropes, and they placed it on wagons and found its length to be about 30 cubits, and its breadth 10. Then, after forming several groups and dividing it accordingly, some ate the flesh immediately, while others decided to cure the portion which fell to them. Now the Byzantines, observing the earthquakes and learning the circumstances of the Nile's rise and the capture of this whale, began straightway to prophesy that such and such things would take place, according to the taste of each. For men are wont, when present events baffle them, to utter awesome prophecies of the future, and, distracted by occurrences which trouble them, to infer, with no good reason, what the future will bring forth. But as for me, I shall leave to others prophecies and explanations of marvels. Still, I know well that the lingering of the Nile on the fields did prove a cause of great calamities at that time at any rate, while the disappearance of the whale, on the other hand, unquestionably provided an escape from many troubles. However, some say that it was not the same whale that I mentioned, but another one that was captured. But I shall return to the point where I made the digression from my narrative. End of Porphyrios, the Whale, from the Histories of War by Procopius, translated by H.B. DeWing. Read by Phil Schempf. Sergeant Moore, from Character and Manners of the Highlanders, by David Stewart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. We have a similar instance of this mixture of licentiousness with justice and fierceness with humanity in the story of Sergeant Moore Cameron. This Moore Cameron was a Highlander who had been a sergeant in the French service and had returned to his native country in 1745 to take part in the rebellion. In consequence of his having served with the rebels and having been a noted man, he took refuge with some desperate adventurers in the mountains, in the very heart of the Highlands, where they lived by plunder. He would by no means suffer any violence to be committed against those who were attached to the same cause, but always protected their property and persons. The same protection was extended to those who were wise enough to purchase it by paying blackmail, that is, a certain sum in money or in goods, as the consideration of being exempt from the plunder of their cattle or other property. To these engagements he was most scrupulously faithful, holding it a point of honor to regard them to the letter. Our author mentions the following instance of his honorable forbearance. On one occasion he met with an officer of the garrison of Fort William, on the mountains of Lochaber. The officer told him that he suspected he had lost his way, and having a large sum of money for the garrison, was afraid of meeting the Sergeant Moore. He therefore requested that the stranger would accompany him on his road. The other agreed, and while they walked on, they talked much of the sergeant and his feats, the officer using much freedom, calling him robber, murderer. "Stop there," interrupted his companion. "He does, indeed, take the cattle of the Whigs, and use Sassenachs, but neither he nor his Carnachs ever shed innocent blood, except once," added he, "that I was unfortunate at Braemar, when a man was killed, but I immediately ordered the creech spoil to be abandoned, and left to the owners, retreating as fast as we could after such a misfortune." "You," said the officer, "what had you to do with the affair?" "I am John du Cameron. I am the sergeant. This is the road to Inverlochy. You cannot now mistake it. You and your money are safe. Tell your governor to send a more wary messenger for his gold. Tell him also that although an outlaw and forced to live on the public, I am a soldier as well as himself, and would despise taking his gold from a defenseless man who confided in me." The officer lost no time in reaching the garrison, and never forgot the adventure which he frequently related. Soon after this, the Sergeant Moore was betrayed by a treacherous friend, and taken by a party under the command of Lieutenant, afterwards Sir Hector, Munro. This happened at the farm of Dunan in Rannoch, where he was in the habit of sleeping in safety till that night, when it is said that his landlord sent notice to Lieutenant Munro, who was stationed 2 miles distant. Cameron slept in a barn, his arms having, as was supposed, been secretly removed by his false friend. He was found asleep, and the soldiers rushed in and seized him. But being a powerful man, he shook them all off, and made his way to the door, where he was overpowered by those on the outside. He threw off one of the soldiers with such force against the wall of the barn that he was long disabled by the bruises. Cameron was carried to Perth, and tried before the court of justiciary for the murder in Braemar, and various acts of theft and cattle stealing. One of those acts of theft was stealing from the Duke of Athol's parks at Blair 2 wethers, which the party killed for food on the retreat from Braemar. Cameron was executed at Perth on the 23rd of November, 1753, and hung in chains. End of Sergeant Moore, from Character and Manners of the Highlanders, by David Stewart. Read by Phil Schempf.
A Study of 20th Century Success by Edwin Grant Dexter. Published in Popular Science Monthly, Volume 61, July 1902. This LibriVox recording is the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. A Study of 20th Century Success by Professor Edwin Grant Dexter, University of Illinois. Someone has said, with more or less philosophical insight, that all questions resolve themselves into 3 classes. Those of the what, the how, and the why. In this paper, it is primarily a question of the how that is considered. How have the men and women who, in the opening year of this 20th century, are prominently in the public eye, achieved the success in their various vocations which has placed them there? What have been the stepping stones to that success? How can we follow in their footsteps? The biographies of great men have done much to answer this question. Still they leave much unsaid. The towpath and flatboat do not furnish nowadays the shortest road to the eminence upon which the ambitious youth has fixed his eye, and he wants more guide-posts by the way. In an attempt to discover the general route to the goal, I have studied a few facts from the lives of many, rather than many facts from the lives of a few. The basis of the study is Who's Who in America for 1900. This book, of which the edition of 1900 was the first, is for America what the English volume of the same name has been for England for more than half a century, namely an address book of living celebrities, if we give them this term considerable extension, containing a brief biographical sketch of each. This includes, in more cases, date of birth, particulars as to schooling, present profession and address, together with any unusual accomplishment or public service. The edition of 1900 contains 8,602 names, and in my study of them the first 3 biographical facts mentioned were considered. I shall say nothing in defence of the criterion of success which I am here taking, that is, mention in Who's Who. On what constitutes real success in life, probably no 2 of us could agree. It would, however, be acceded by all who are familiar with the book, that although it fails to mention many who are as worthy a place in its pages as are some who appear there, it is nevertheless true that each whom it has mentioned has attained a degree of eminence which warrants the assertion that, at least before the public, success has crowned his efforts to a degree not achieved by the ordinary run of mankind. Whatever success may mean, it would be safe to say that it depends upon 2 things, nature and nurture. On the nature side of the problem, we find no help in Who's Who, since ancestry is not included. On the nurture side, which would mean education in its broadest sense, we find facts descriptive of certain phases only, namely those of the schools. How important a place they take in the education of the individual can never be determined with any degree of exactness. But even with a full recognition of the force of the home, the church, the state and the vocation, it must be stated that their influence as an organized educational machine is very great. Facts bearing upon this influence are the ones principally furnished by Who's Who, and together with those of age, the only ones considered here. A mention of 8,602 names in the volume in question means, if we assume that every inhabitant of the United States above the age of 21 was eligible to such mention, that 1 in each 600 was so honored. This then would be our ratio of success for all degrees of education, good, bad, and indifferent. We find, however, that of the whole number mentioned, 3,237 had received a bachelor's degree in arts, literature, science, or philosophy at some college or university. But a study of the illuminated lists of such institutions shows us that, after the commencement season of 1899, there were 334,000 living graduates. A comparison of the number mentioned in the book, 3,237, with this whole number alive, shows us that one college graduate in each 106 found a place. Here then we have the ratio of success for college graduates. But to carry our process of comparison one step farther, taking 1 to 600 as a ratio of success, the Who's Who kind, for the adult American, and 1 to 106 as that for the college graduate, we find that the probability of success is increased more than 5.6 times by a college education. This relation is shown graphically in Figure 1. Figure 1 is displayed on the previous page. This tremendous advantage can probably not be attributed entirely to the direct education of such a training, but to a considerable extent to the selective influence of the course. Of the whole number of pupils who enter the elementary schools, but a very small percentage continues to the completion of the college course. This comparatively small number of persisters does not fairly represent what our educational machinery could have done with the entire number who started at the bottom, what that machinery can do with a kind nature as endowed with sufficient energy, determination, and persistence to enable them to withstand the temptations to drop out one by the way and take a seemingly short cut to some igneous furtus of success, but who continue to the end. There is here shown undoubtedly what considerable force the potency of the law of the survival of the fittest, if we take as our criterion of fitness mentioned as Who's Who. This, however, does not invalidate the fact that the college course, either because of its educational or selective influence, increases largely, perhaps to the extent we have shown, the probability that the graduate will gain a favourable place in the public eye. A classification of the names in the book, which forms the basis of our study, in terms of the various professions and vocations, gives us the following numbers for the 24 which seem to form the most natural divisions. Actor, male 54, female 40. Artist, including illustrators, male 260, female 21. Author, including writer, historian, novelist, and poet, male 528, female 272. Business, including the various mercantile pursuits, male 200. Clergyman, including bishop, rabbi, missionary, priest, Salvation Army, and monk, male 655, female 7. College professor, including president, dean, and chancellor, male 1090, female 11. Congressman, both Senate and House, 446. Editor, including journalist, critic, correspondent, and reporter, male 509, female 13. Educator, including superintendent, teacher, philanthropist, and reformer, male 188, female 30. Engineer, including architect and miner, male 284. Financier, including capitalist and banker, male 215. Inventor, male 26. Lawyer, including justice, judge, and jurist, male 857, female 4. Lecturer, male 21, female 6. Librarian, male 362, female 9. Musician, including singer, male 111, female 21. Physician, male 540, female 7. Railroad official, male 102. Sailor, 103. Scientist, including naturalist, male 416, female 7. Soldier, 205. Statesman, including governor, diplomat, politician, and mayor, 202. U.S. official, male 98, female 1. Miscellaneous, running all the way from farmer to insurance president, male 53, female 2. The sum of these figures does not quite equal 8,602, the number which, as has already been stated, the book mentions, since a comparatively small number who failed to give the year of birth were not included in the study. One question, among others, which the young person about to choose a profession is apt to consider is this: how long will it take to get a foothold? How many years of hard sledding before the smooth road is reached? Both ambition and pocket are interested in the answer, and without doubt many a young man has been influenced in his choice of profession by his conclusion on this matter. The data at my command throw light only indirectly on this question, but more directly on another. How long must I wait for eminence, if it ever comes, and in what profession may I expect it earliest? If there be any fixed relation between a foothold and success, then the former question may be answered by inference. A tabulation of the ages of each of the 8,000 and more individuals of both sexes for the vocations mentioned above, with the exception of a few less frequently chosen, is shown graphically in figures 2 and 3. The former is for males and the latter for females, though the gentler sex was a competitor of sufficient strength to warrant consideration in 7 only. In each of the figures, the vocations are indicated at the bottom. Of the 2 heavy vertical lines, ordinates, above each vocation, the one at the left indicates, by its height, the percentage of the whole number mentioned who were below 40 years of age. In other words, the percentage of young men and women who had achieved eminence in it, if we may assume that a person is young until he is 40. Figure 2 is displayed on the page. The ordinate at the right of each pair shows in a similar manner by its height the average age in years of all those mentioned for the vocation indicated below. In each case, the ordinates are to be read by means of the scales at the left and right of the figure. The youth ordinates in percentages and that for age in years, although the figure is so drawn that the same scales apply to both. These figures show then, as fully as inductive study based upon a limited number of data will permit, 1. The relative probability of achieving early distinction in the various professions, 2. The average age of persons of distinction in those professions, 3. A basis of comparison for the 2 sexes. An inspection of Figure 2 from the standpoint of the first of these possibilities, noting only the left of each pair of ordinates, shows at a glance that the musician distances all competitors in the race for distinction. This is not hard to understand when we recall the infant prodigies who frequently figure on our billboards, or consider that nature has in most cases contributed more largely to his success than his nurture. Of these callings, we presuppose a professional, or at least an extended preparation, that of scientist seems from our figure to promise the earliest recognition. This is perhaps due to the fact that for him the actual work of life is entered with a completer intellectual equipment than by most of the others, and that the period of preparation offers opportunities for research and original investigation which may bring renown even before life work has begun. This would also apply to the college professor with perhaps fully as much force as in a lesser degree to the librarian and the educator. These 4 then might be included in a class in which the period of preparation is extended, but for which work of a high order might be expected immediately on its completion and positions of some promise aspired to from the start. Next in the race for renown came the actor and the author, almost neck and neck, if we conclude that nature had almost to do with the musician's success and nurture with the educator's. We should be forced to place the author and the actor in a class in which those 2 forces divide the honours more evenly. No doubt one must be born an actor or an author to rise to a high rank, but after all, the making process is not to be despised as a factor, and this takes time. Except for the soldier and the sailor, whose ability to rise to prominence, at least in time of peace, is determined by the rapidity with which those above him are retired from service, and the congressman and the statesman, whose minimum limit is prescribed by law, the rest of the vocations shown upon the chart fall, it seems to me, into a class for which the schools as organized means of education provide no adequate preparation, and for which that preparation must come, to a great extent, from the vocation itself. As an illustration of what I mean, the scientist, or even the college professor, who has devoted 30 years of life to study, can enter his profession from the top, while the businessman and financier, for whom the accumulation of wealth is a desideratum, or the lawyer and the doctor who must command a practice, or the minister who needs a congregation, must, with the same period of intellectual infancy, enter it from the bottom and devote a few more years to the climbing process. In so far as physician is an investigator, the conditions of the scientist apply to him, and no doubt the considerable number who are such accounts for the fact that his recognition comes earlier than that of his competitors in law and the pulpit. The surprising thing of the figures is perhaps the slowness with which the inventor gains a foothold on the ladder to fame. Not one of those mentioned was below the age of 40, though not enough names were included to give this fact great weight. A study of Figure 2 from the standpoint of average ages of those mentioned, not only the right ordinate of each pair, discloses little which would not have been expected from the facts already stated. It will be seen that where recognition was early, the average age is comparatively small, while for those vocations in which the climb was a tedious one, the age is much greater. Certainly one whose ambition was early renowned would not, from the showing of our figures, choose business or finance. Since, however, these professions are seldom entered for glory, we need not fear a lack of aspirants for the rewards which they bring. Where nature is done most for the man, as in the case of the actor, author, and musician, the laurel crown comes earliest. If one must depend upon nurture, as most of us must, the scientist, the college professor, the editor, the educator, and the clergyman may hope to wear it longest, and in the order given. Figure 3 is displayed on the page. As has been stated, Figure 3 shows for women the conditions which have just been discussed for men, for those callings in which they have been to any extent competitors. It shows that upon the stage and in musical circles recognition is much earlier for them, while in the other callings it is slower than for their brothers. In other words, nature works quicker with her and nurture is slower, if our figures are to be accepted. It is perhaps worthy of mention too that the two professions which she outstrips him are the only ones in which attractiveness of person would be at a premium, perhaps at so much of a premium as to make up for some other defects. When, however, this is outlived with youth, the struggle seems to be hard, if not a losing one. We have now to consider the educational preparation of the persons whose names are included under the several vocations. This, so far as it has to do with the schools, the only data at our disposal, is shown by the somewhat complicated-looking figures 4 and 5, the former for the men and the latter for the women. Upon each of them the vocations are indicated at the bottom, as in those just explained. Of the variously constructed ordinates above each name, that part which is wholly black shows by its height the percentage of those named for that vocation who mentioned no schooling above the elementary or secondary grade. This would probably mean, in most cases, that the educational preparation was carried no further. That portion of the ordinate which has heavy black lines at the sides shows in the same manner the percentage of those mentioned who had received the baccalaureate degree at some college or university. That portion having a heavy line in the centre, the percentage who had completed a professional course. That portion which has the heavy lines both at the side and in the middle, the percentage who had pursued both the college and professional course. The portion between the top of the ordinate and the horizontal line at the top of the figure, the percentage educated entirely abroad, and the little line extending out from some of the ordinates, by its distance from the baseline, but the percentage who had taken some postgraduate degree. Honorary degrees are not included. In every case, the percentages are to be read by means of the scale at the right and left of the figure. Figure 4 is displayed on the page. As an illustration of the interpretation of one of the ordinates, I will take that for clergymen. 24% are shown to have no education above the high school, black portion. 52% have a college education, heavy sidelines. 76 minus 24 equals 52. 35% have a professional education, presumably the divinity school, heavy middle line. 91 minus 56 equals 35. 20% have both heavy side and middle lines. 76 minus 56 equals 20. 9% were educated entirely abroad and were presumably largely foreigners. Distance between top of ordinate and top of figure, 100 minus 91 equals 9. 28% had taken a postgraduate degree. Distance between baseline and small mark at right of ordinate. The ordinates for each of the other professions may be interpreted in the same manner. The data in my possession make possible the study of various other combinations of educational courses, as well as comparisons of them for persons of different ages, showing the educational trend, but lack of space prevents the discussion of these facts in the present paper. I will say, however, that the figures do not show combinations of training abroad with that in our home institutions. The spaces on the figures which have to do with training abroad refer only to those persons who fail to make any use whatever of home institutions, at least above high school. Figures 4 and 5 then show 1. The educational preparation of persons of both sexes for the various professions, and 2. A basis of comparison between the two. They answer to a very important question. What kind of preparation has proved most essential to that kind of success which mentioned in Who's Who means? They have nothing to do with the question. what kind of preparation must the doctor or the lawyer or the minister have to be a doctor or a lawyer or a minister? But what kind is most likely to put him in the class of doctors and lawyers and ministers who achieve eminence? In other words, we are studying selected persons in each profession, but since every man and woman of proper ambition who enters a profession hopes to be one of those selected, the problem has a wide bearing. Figure 5 is displayed on the page. In the discussion of the figures which follows, I shall, for the sake of directness and with full recognition of the fact that the two are not synonyms, speak of those under each profession whose education stopped with the high school, black portion of the ordinance, as uneducated. Of this class the actor shows by far the greatest number, so large that we could hardly advise a young person with histrionic ambition to go to college merely as an aid to public recognition in his art. There may be other inducements for him, but seemingly not that. Business seems to offer the next largest inducement to the uneducated. 84% of its devotees belong to that class. 12% had, however, completed the college course, and this, in my opinion, is enough to invalidate the arguments of C.P. Huntington and others against such training for businessmen. We have no means of knowing just how many of our businessmen throughout the country have taken the college course, but computed roughly, one man at about 300 of all grades and stations in life has been so educated. Since this includes mill operatives and other classes in which such training is practically unknown, we must assume that the ratio would be much larger for the businessman. Yet it seems to me that even a most generous estimate could not bring it up to 1 in 8. That of our businessmen of eminence, and we should be forced to conclude that the college course has, even for him, remote as the connection seems to be, been a contributor to his success. This argument would also apply to the financier, who comes next with his 18% of college graduates. Our statesmen, the next class, and the congressmen, who differ but little, are hardly to be congratulated on their showing. Thus one may say that with a whole male citizenship eligible to those positions of honour, the boast of our republic, whose ratio of college training is 1 to 300, or that of our eminent man of these two classes is about 1 to 5, as shown by our figure, the probability of gaining such honourable mention is increased about 60-fold for these lawmakers and diplomats by the college course, an increase which is not to be despised by those who aim at these high places at popular disposal. This too for college conditions, in which departments of finance and special facilities for diplomatic training have not played so important a part as they are likely to in the future. Although artists and musicians seem to be uneducated classes, we must not neglect the fact shown by the figure that large numbers, 43% and 33% respectively, were educated abroad, where undoubtedly they were spending their time to better advantage than could have been done in any college at home. Next, after the sailor and the soldier, whose heavy black lines upon the figure bear testimony to the efficiency of our national academies for the training of officers on land and sea, comes, in our descending scale of learnedness, the lawyer. His educational showing, when compared with that of the sister professions of medicine and theology, is not a favourable one, with 40% of the shining lights of our legal fraternity innocent either of professional training or of academic instruction beyond the high school. We wonder what the education of the lesser lights may be, and whether really much education is essential to success. The records of bar examination in the various states are so kept, or rather so not kept, as to make it impossible to ascertain the previous training of those admitted. So I am unable to show these facts for the rank and file of the profession. The reports of the U.S. Commissioner of Education, however, show that for the last 20 years, 27% of the students registered in the law schools of our country had already taken the bachelor's degree in some academic institution. This may then be taken as the percentage of lawyers throughout the country who have had the liberal training of the college course. But of our eminent lawyers, the percentage so trained is 46, implying that the college-educated lawyers' chances of being counted among the immortals of Who's Who are nearly doubled. This relationship is more exactly shown in Figure 6, without discussing the engineer, the librarian, the scientist, or the educator, whose educational conditions are shown, and for whom no further comparisons can be made. The clergyman comes in for his share in the analysis. In his case we find about 1/4 are uneducated, 1/2 of college education, and 1/3 that of the professional school. Figure 6 is displayed on the page. For him too we have only the figures of the U.S. Commissioner as a basis of comparison. Of the divinity school students of our land, we there find that 24.7% have taken a college degree, but of the who's who clergy, 53.3% have been so rewarded. The premium which a comparison of these two puts upon the college-bred minister is also shown in Figure 6, and is one not to be disregarded by the aspirant for pulpit honour. On the score of postgraduate attainments, the clergyman is shown to be an industrious worker. The banner professions, so far as educational accomplishments are concerned, are seen to be those of college instruction and medicine, with the showing slightly in favour of the latter if we disregard postgraduate honour, in which the college men easily outrank all others. These two have made more extensive use of opportunities for study abroad in connection with the home training, though this fact is not shown in the figure, nor is another fact of interest, namely, that they have made the most rapid improvements in their intellectual equipment as shown by a study by decades for the last 60 years. We have, however, no data upon which to base a comparison of the rank with the file. For the physicians, we can only rely once more upon the Commissioner of Education. He states that 7.5% of the medical students of the country have taken the academic degree, yet we find, Mirabel dictu, that 42% of the who's who physicians have been recipients of that degree, nearly 6 times as many of the rank as of the file, see Figure 6. It seems hardly probable that the college training can be at such a premium in the actual practice of the medical man, so it seems to me we must conclude that it is as a scientist and a producer that such training counts for most. The scientific societies of the physician undoubtedly stimulate more of the members to original research and investigation, and consequently to a greater productiveness, than to similar organizations among clergymen and lawyers, and it is here that the broader training would count for most. We must, in any event, from the facts disclosed by our study, conclude that of the 3 generally recognized learned professions, the medical leads in the breadth and perfection of its educational preparation. A study of the education of women, based upon Figure 5, is disappointing, and from it we are forced to one of 2 conclusions. Either 1, that women can attain an eminence equal to that of men, with less dependence upon educational machinery, or 2, that the compilers of the book upon which our study is based have made use of a different and lower criterion in judging them. In the case of no one of the vocations shown upon the figure was a training so complete as was that of our male competitors for honours, and the same was true for the limited number of doctors, lawyers, and ministers mentioned for the sex. If no one of the vocations, except that of the stage, was the difference so slight as to leave any doubt on the question, the most discouraging thing about it too, as disclosed by a study of by decades, but not shown upon any of the figures, is that for recent years, when institutions of nearly all classes have been so freely open to woman as to man, there seems to be no change for the better. Her educational inertia, due very naturally to centuries lacking opportunity, is not easily thrown off, and until it is, a time which seems not yet to have arrived, she cannot take her place with man in the professional world, even should she consider it as properly her sphere. End of A Study of 20th Century Success by Edwin Grant Dexter, recorded by Leon Harvey for LibriVox.org.
Description of a Volcanic Eruption in the Island of Sumbawa by George Andrew Stewart, from the Transactions of the Literary Society of Bombay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Description of a Volcanic Eruption in the Island of Sumbawa by Mr. G. A. Stewart. Read 27th of January, 1818. In the month of April 1815, there occurred on the island of Sumbawa a volcanic eruption, as tremendous perhaps in its nature, and as destructive in its effects, as any on record. The mountain from which this took place is called Tambora. Its summit is calculated to be in the latitude of 8 degrees 20 minutes south, and in longitude 118 degrees east. The calculations for this were made from solar and lunar observations taken near the mountain by Captain Eatwell, then commanding the Honourable Company's cruiser, Benares. Its base is of great extent, but its summit did not to me appear higher than from 5,000 to 7,000 feet above the sea, which washes the base of the hill for 3/4 of its extent. From ships passing near it, it has been often observed to throw out smoke and dust with some noise. In the month of December 1814, the Honourable Company's cruiser Ternate passed near it, and we had an opportunity of observing the hill, though at a very considerable distance. It was then emitting smoke in a dense column of immense circumference. So very great was the diameter of the column of smoke, and so dense was it, that we at first took it for part of the mountain, for at the distance we were off, the mountain and the smoke had nearly the same colour. From the 5th to the 11th of April 1815, the mountain emitted dust and frequent loud sounds every day. The dust caused a haziness of the atmosphere at places many degrees distant from Tambora, and the noises, which were heard equally far off, sounded at Beamer, a town about 60 miles east of the hill, generally like the firing off of the largest cannon close to the ear. At other times the noises were of a rumbling kind. On the night of the 10th and the morning of the 11th of April, the loudness and frequency of the reports increased. The showers of greyish-black dust, which had been falling at Beamer, increased so much by 7 a.m. on the 11th, as to produce there total darkness. This complete darkness continued until 7 a.m. on the 12th, after which the dust fell in less and less quantity, and at noon it entirely ceased. Pumice stone of a brown colour was thrown out in immense quantity at the centre of the mountain. Great fields of it, with scorched trunks and branches of trees, were afterwards found floating in the neighbouring sea. Much of these were thrown up on the shores of Bali, Java, Madura, Sulawesi, etc. These shoals were troublesome and even somewhat dangerous to ships passing near them. The country ship Dispatch fell in with many fields of this pumice stone and wood, and was obliged to steer clear of them. Some of the pieces of wood were noted in its logbook as being about 6 feet in diameter and of very great length. Trees of great size, many from 60 to 80 feet long, were thrown into the sea, some of which I saw in the Bay of Beamer. They seemed to have been scorched, and to have had their small branches and roots torn off. Some of those trees I saw sticking in the mud near the shores of the bay, with one end uppermost. Some of the houses of the town of Beamer were materially injured by the eruption. I understand from our resident there, Mr. Pilot, that this had been occasioned by the discharges from the mountain. In the Bay of Beamer, the nature of the bottom was for some little depth changed from a soft mud to a firm mud, resembling a greyish-black clay, which did not allow our ship's lead to sink in it. This change, I presume, was occasioned by the depth of volcanic dust which fell in the Bay of Beamer, for on mixing any quantity of the same dust with water, it soon sank to the bottom of the vessel containing the water, and formed there a firm substance, much the same in colour and consistence as the clay-like matter which our lead and anchor brought up from the bottom of the Bay of Beamer. It is necessary, however, to mention that although our lead could not penetrate through the layers of clay-like matter then on the bottom of the Bay of Beamer, our anchor did, and on being heaved up when we left the Bay of Beamer, showed us both the soft mud, which we had, before the great eruption, found all over the bay, and above that the layers of firm mud, which seemed to have been made by the falling dust. It was reported by Captain Eatwell of the Honourable Company's cruiser Benares that the earthquake attending the eruption had raised a bank on which that ship struck, in a place where the Honourable Company's cruiser Ternate some months before it had floated in safety. The people living on the peninsula formed by the mountain had traded much in horses, of which their country produced a very good small breed. Thousands of them and their horses were, according to all accounts, destroyed by the eruption. The vegetation was ruined, and the multitudes of the people obliged to emigrate in order to obtain subsistence. I understand that at the town of Tambora, situated at the bottom of the west side of the mountain, the sea has made a permanent encroachment, burying that town to the depth of 3 fathoms. 3 distinct streams of a dark-coloured lava, according to the report of the people on the island, issued from the hill. Of these I could observe something as I passed going to Beamer in the July following. One stream on the east side of Tambora seemed to be emitting smoke and vapour even at that time. During the darkness, the sounds before described were particularly loud and frequent. At times, indeed, they were so loud as to produce momentary earthquakes of no inconsiderable violence. All this while there was no wind in any direction in the neighbourhood of the mountain, or at some distance from it, yet the sea was so violently agitated as to wash away some houses near it on Sumbawa, and to throw on the beach near the town of Beamer several large trading boats that had been at anchor in the bay. One of the most remarkable circumstances of the eruption is in the experience of its effects at immense distances. At Sumbawa on the island of Madura, in latitude 70 degrees 5 minutes south, and in longitude 113 degrees 57 minutes east, there was, according to the information I received from Mr. Little, master attendant there, and who was at Sumbawa at the time, total darkness in consequence of the falling dust. From 5 p.m. of the 11th of April until 11 a.m. of the 12th, the explosions were very loud at that place, and were heard for several days. At Surabaya the darkness was complete from 6 p.m. on the 11th until 4 p.m. on the 12th. The sounds were described to me as being exceedingly loud. They had been heard at Surabaya, and the dust had been observed to fall for several days before the 11th, during which time the wind was eastwardly and light. On the afternoon of the 11th, a very thick haze, resembling a cloud, was observed coming from the eastward. It proved to be the cloud of dust from Mount Tambora. The anchorage in Surabaya Roads is in latitude 7 degrees 14 minutes south, and in longitude 112 degrees 58 minutes east, i.e., about 5 degrees distant from Tambora. Similar but slighter effects of the eruption were felt at Batavia, in latitude 6 degrees 10 minutes south, and in longitude 106 degrees 51 minutes east, at Java Head, still further off, being in latitude 6 degrees 48 minutes south, and in longitude 105 degrees 11 minutes east. At Minto on the island of Bangka, in latitude 2 degrees 2 minutes south, and in longitude 105 degrees 14 minutes east. And at Bengkulu or Sumatra, in latitude 3 degrees 48 minutes south, and in longitude 102 degrees 28 minutes east, distant about 970 miles. At Makassar, distant about 215 miles, in latitude 5 degrees 10 minutes south, and in longitude 119 degrees 38 minutes east, the effects of the eruption were felt nearly at the same time as at Surabaya, but in a degree more violent. The explosions from the volcano were so violent there as to astonish everyone. They shook the earth and broke panes of glass in the windows of several houses. The cloud of dust was seen coming from the south. There was no wind. With a view to ascertain the quantity of dust falling in a certain time, Mr. Patterson, surgeon of the Residency there, put a table into the open air for an hour between 6 and 7 p.m., at which time the dust was falling in great quantity and the darkness total. The dimensions of the surface of the table were 5 feet 2 inches by 4 feet 8 inches. The quantity of dust which fell upon it by 7 p.m. was 15,074 grains. At Beamer, the quantity of dust found lying on the ground after the eruption was guessed to be at a medium of 3 inches and a half in depth. At Surabaya, the depth of it was something less. At the island of Ternate, in latitude 0 degrees 49 minutes north, and in longitude 127 degrees 29 minutes east, the explosions were distinctly heard about noon on the 11th of April. Dust was not perceived to fall there, nor did any person notice that that day, or any one of those immediately following, was at all darker than ordinary. On the island of Ambon, on the 11th or 12th day of April in the same year, a violent earthquake was felt. In the ground of a gentleman near the Government House, the earth was observed to open, to throw out a gush of water, and immediately after to close. The sea in the neighbourhood of Ambon was violently agitated during that month, rising to high water mark and sinking to low water mark in the course of 10 minutes. For several days at the same time the sun appeared according to a letter from the late Lieutenant White of the Bombay Marine, then at Ambon, of a green colour and encircled with haze. Fort Victoria on Ambon lies at latitude 3 degrees 40 minutes south and in longitude 128 degrees 14 minutes east. The inhabitants of the island of Banda, one of the Malaccas, experienced shocks of an earthquake at the time of the eruption of Mount Tambora. Nota bene. Some of the facts here mentioned are from my own personal knowledge, some from the information of individuals and from written documents on which I can rely, and some of them, more especially those concerning Sumatra, Bangka, Ambon, and Banda, are taken from the Java Government Gazette. Note: Professor Bickmore's Travels, pages 108 to 110, give an account of this eruption, and a great deal of information about volcanoes in this and the neighbouring islands will be found in columns 608 through 622 of Volume 5 of Balfour's Cyclopedia of India, 2nd edition, Madras, 1873. Editor's note. End of Description of a Volcanic Eruption in the Island of Sumbawa by George Andrew Stewart. Read by Alister.